Alright, everybody must suffer, as I am suffering. We're playing Marvel. We're playing Marvel, boys. Marvel? I'm going to fucking Vegas with Jake and Hirsch? Team sealed? What the fuck? How did this happen to me? Anyway, 30 years of constant Magic the Gathering evolution, and we still don't have a fucking export every card from one set to a big fuck-off sandbox and drag it around for whatever purposes you want. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. So we're doing this Architect Scryfall amalgamation garbage. I don't know. Here we are. We're doing it live. Fuck it. We're doing it live. We'll do it live. This is going to be a full set review. I'm just going to do it. It's going to be mainly for me because I can see all the cards and make sure I remember them all in my big wrinkled noggin. We're going to be doing it by color, obviously. We're going to be doing it by rarity. I'm going to start with white, commons, uncommons, rares, and mythics. And then we're going to go blue, etc., etc., etc. I've got them piled into creatures, removal, and then miscellaneous. It's not creature or removal, it's something else. We're going to sort them into things you play every time, things that are drawing you to the color you actively want to play this. Fine, like you'll play it if you need to, and ass, do not play them. This is how I generally build my sealed decks. And so we're going to walk through everything here. Okay, capiche? Capiche. Okay, let's get started. Why am I missing... Oh my god, I'm missing my crowd of true believers again because I couldn't get these damn categories to work and I had to move this stupid thing around. Alright, you are a one-drop. We're ordered by mana value. Okay, let's go. Let's start with the commons. Wow, crowd of true believers. What a great card. What a fun, interesting redesign of Traveling Minister from... was it Vow? Was it Midnight Hunt? Who knows? Who cares? It's ass. It's garbage. We saw this recently with ECL. 1 mana, 1/2 in white just is not it. It doesn't do anything unless it's really, really good, like Novice Inspector, Thraben Inspector, or passes that threshold of like the Mardu Devotee where it fixes you and then scries, and then it's like this thing is just not. It doesn't do anything. It comes in. It doesn't attack. It doesn't block. It doesn't. There's no reason to like put anything on it because it's so small. It's just not a real guy. It maybe at best you play this on turn 1. They miss their 2-drop, so this attacks twice, and then it like makes one thing a little bit better to attack. It's got like this weird pseudo lifelink. It only works during combat on your turn while you have exactly one attacking creature. Is so narrow and weird. Garbage, 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 garbage. Don't look at it. I don't want to see it anymore. 2-drops, Agent of Atlas. I like it. I think it's an every time for me. 2 mana 2/2 prowess. Just kind of good. I don't know. It seems like this is the baseline for what you're going to get, and I'm happy with this baseline. Seems really difficult to block. Seems really annoying. Like you just see this against the table on turn 2, and you're like, oh fuck. I'm just going to take like 4 or 6 damage from this thing because I can never block it. Yeah, I like it. No notes. Play 2, 3 of these. It's a hero. Cool. Brave Brawler, also a hero. I'm putting this into fine. I love a 2 mana creature with lifelink. This is also a 5 mana 4/3 with lifelink, maybe, or a 2 mana that can buff itself later. It's just a little too narrow, too small, dies to a lot of stuff, gets blocked by a 1/3, whatever. And I think the lifelink will matter a little bit less this format. I don't know if this will be good in like the mirrors, but I'm anticipating a bit of a slower format, which is why I think that the white stuff can be really good. Hirsch and Jake and I are talking about it, and we think that like the white X deck is probably very strong because it can create so much pressure and it has this baseline of pretty good commons, I would say. I don't think Brave Brawler is one of these. We're putting it into fine. I'll play it, but I'm not excited about it. Raft Security Officer, similar thing. Definitely not an aggro card. You know, it's one of those tappers. 2 mana 1/3. Okay, stat line. It's it's obviously not an offensive one. But you can do the usual thing of okay, tap your thing end step, untap, tap something else, attack with a team. Only 1 mana for small things, but like 2 mana is a lot. I suspect you're probably not going to have a lot of mana lying around in this set, especially in white. I think you're going to be moving around a lot of equipment, for example, or spending your mana in other ways. But again, fine, nothing to write home about. Wears suits pretty well. Suits in the Marvel set. Suits. Do you get it? I'm going to blow my brains out. I'm going to do it. I'm going to snap my cock in half. Seems okay. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. This one I'm not sure about. I'm putting it in fine. I think it can go either way. We've seen this type of effect with the Dauntless Bodyguard or whatever it was. Not Dauntless Bodyguard. Dauntless Enforcer. Something from DSK. 3 mana 2/4 that incentivizes your creatures attacking. This is better because it comes in and then immediately has its effect. It's like a pseudo haste. This is like a fairly big stat line wise. Like if you guys remember how annoying it was to, again from DSK, like attack into a most valuable slayer or something. Like this thing just doesn't. It's kind of a house. I was initially leaning towards ass, but I'm more leaning towards every time now. To be honest, I think this card can be quite good. The only problem is that you have to do this attack alone thing, which we've seen tried and failed several times before with these like the samurai from Neo, right? It's just not something you want to be doing. You know, white naturally lends itself towards going wide, so you don't want to attack with one guy. You want to attack with all your guys and then kill them. But usually these types of archetypes are better with like the exalted keyword, where you have incidentally good attacks with one creature, and you can also swing out with everybody, which Neo did not do well, but I think like MH3 did a little bit okay, or Thoughtweft Imbuer recently, or that one Ravnica enchantment. Like those are fine cards as well, by the way, I would say, but they're closer to every time than they are to fine. I think this card kind of falls into that category. I think it's pretty big. I like it. I would not be surprised if this is an every time, but I'm putting it in fine for now. Hero in Training is an every time. 3 mana 2 to draw a card. Come on, what are we talking about here? This is, whatever. Search Party Captain. This is fucking Spirited Companion. This is, I'm not going to say Organ Hoarder or Inspiring Overseer, but it's pretty close. Again, just any way to continually churn card, put a body out, get another card, spend your mana, attack with everything. We've seen these cards be broken before. They're going to be broken again. Heroes are everywhere. This is a hero. This is a hero. This is a hero. This is a hero. It's completely free. Just run as many of these as you can. These are going to absolutely draw you to white, and if you get the 2 life, it's insane. Very very nice card. Very nice card. Kree Commandos, definitely fine, leaning more towards ass. 3 mana 2 powered flyer with prowess, we've seen a few times before. It's been okay. Villain, so it's not great typically. The vigilance is pretty good, and again, wears equipment pretty well, but I don't know, man. The fact that this has prowess means literally nothing. It's got 1 toughness. What are you saving it with your prowess trigger? This prowess might as well has +1 attack every time you cast a non-creature, because that's the only thing that matters. If they want to kill this or trade into this, they're going to trade into this regardless if it has prowess or not. It's not going to matter. Fine, leaning towards bad, but it gets the job done. It's evasive. It's a good thing to attack alone with. So not a draw, but I'll play it if I need to. Wakandan Drone Flock, welcome to ass, brother. 4 mana 3/3 scry 2 is just not. 2026, we're doing this? What is this jumpstart ass design? An artifact creature. Oh wow, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, it's just nothing. I don't know. 4 mana 3/3 flyers. Jake will say like this card is a problem or whatever. I'm not running this unless I absolutely have to. Give me an Oltec Cloud Guard, please. Speaking of 2 bodies, holy shit, Burrow Backup. What is this, like the strongest land cycler maybe ever? 5 mana for 2 3/2s with Vigilance? Jesus Christ, this thing is insane. Basic land cycling. Any land for 2 colorless. Holy shit. What? This is going to be one of the most contested cards in the set. Incredibly, incredibly powerful. Obviously great in white, great in mono white, great in any white deck, but phenomenal, I think, in these like soupier, splashier decks as well, which we can touch on later that I think might be in the format. But incredible. These 3 cards will draw me to the format, draw me to the color rather, for sure. I'm not drawn to the format, let me tell you. Misk, Shield Spy Kit. I am a short sword apologist. This is a short sword. This is ass, unfortunately. It's just not good. It's nothing. Again, it attacks alone. We get the scry. It untaps it. This is like it's even worse than we've seen like Core Halberd in March of the Machine. This just doesn't do anything. It's another -1 card in hand. You need other creatures to make it work. If you have enough tokens, then the tokens get slightly bigger. Yeah, it'll be nice, just a way to spend mana, but like it's not it. I'm sorry, it's not it. You play this if you absolutely have to, but even then, I think if you're playing this, you've probably made a mistake somewhere. Don't put this in your deck. Web Up, that's an every time for me. Just a classic O-ring. What more is there to say about it, huh? It's O-ring. It's O-ring, of course. It's every time you play it. It's phenomenal every time. I think Take Up the Shield also falls in this category. We've seen this effect in the past, of course, in the similar ones with the gives protection as well, or indestructible. Specifically, Take Up the Shield was in Dominaria United, It was pretty good there. I think it's gonna be excellent here, specifically with like these other, like the Agent of Atlas or these, this like white attack you package. Take Up the Shield is at its best when you're being offensive. I think white can be offensive a lot. And I have the lifelink and indestructible and a counter. Whew, whew. I think you actively want to play the first copy of this, maybe two, probably not three, but yeah, I really like Take Up the Shield in this format just based on the context and the texture of the format, if you will. Murdoch's Crusade, I'm going to put in fine. 2 mana sorcery, so already use sorcerer speed removal. Toughness 4 or greater. I think there is a lot that this hits. Everything costs 4 and has 4 toughness in this format. Teamwork 4 is crazy. I don't think we're ever... you never want to use this. If you're using this as a sorcery, it's because you are clearing the way to attack with the rest of your team. So you never want to tap like 2 creatures to teamwork this unless they have like some broken enchantment or something. But the enchantment also needs to be a cheap enchantment. It needs to be like an expensive enchantment, excuse me. There are so many plans that like get under this. At best, this reads 2 mana, exile, 4 toughness or greater, which is, again, it sounds fine to me. I'll play it if I need to. I'd rather not. There's better cards to play, like Panther's Pounce. I think Panther Pounce is pretty good. Jake will say this card is broken. I think it's okay. I'm happy with this in like this, again, this prowessy attack shell where it's a very offensive card, but it has this defensive tilt to it where you can untap the creature. The fact that it replaces itself is great. It reminds me a lot of Toxin Analysis from MKM. I'd say this is probably a little better, a little more flexible, but yeah, I like this a lot. I think it's fine, but I'm happy to play the first copy in pretty much any aggressive white X deck. Maybe more if the format lends itself to that. Helicarrier Strike. I think if this was an every time card, I think white would be really, really, really good. I think it would be like the best thing to be doing. Right now, I'm not sure because I think this is just fine. I don't generally lend a lot of credence to these 1 mana deal 2, 1 mana deal 4 conditionally. Teamwork 2 is very cheap. 1 mana is very cheap. But it's only attacker or blocker, so it doesn't really help you push damage. It's kind of like this defensive slant to it. If you guys, again, the Dom comparison of like that 1 white trick that Artillery Blast or whatever was, just deal X to a tap creature or whatever. Is this good? Yes, I'll play some, but in general, like these types of hit attackers or blockers, I'm not a fan of unless the format is like super, super aggressive. So we're putting it in fine. Okay, there are the white commons. Here we go. Disclaimer done. See you for the uncommons. I am going to blow my brains out. My god, that is a lot of creatures, huh? Alright, let's start with them then. Maria Hill, whenever it comes, 2-1, 1 mana, 2-1. Alright, Savannah Lions, you have my attention. Tap for a teamwork, counter, and draw. I don't think there's actually a lot of teamwork in the set. I think that, the 2 cards we saw prior were pretty okay, but I mean, the best part about this is 1 mana, 2-1. I think I'm still playing this every time, but like I think the text box is going to come in a lot less frequently than you might think. But it is a draw to the archetype for sure, and it just gets some upside on your teamwork. But this is mainly because I lend credence to the white aggro decks more than anything else. This is the Orzhov uncommon that we just saw in SOS, the whatever. Heroic, put a counter, scry 1. Sure, I don't know. I'll put it fine. It's not like great. I think that there are actually not too many ways of targeting your own guys. I mean, we just saw the commons over there. They're there. There's like the investigate one, and I don't know. If you're giving this take up the shield, it doesn't need the counter. Basically, it's already getting a counter from there and lifelink. It's fine. The scry is nice. I don't know. It's just like a 2-drop. The legendary stuff makes it. Everything is legendary, man. Look at these legendaries. Ugh. I don't know. I'm putting it in fine. I don't think this is a draw to white, but I think it's a nice pickup. Night Nurse, however, I do think is an every time. Flash, lifelink, 2/1. Okay. ETB. Pick something back up that died. Yeah, I like this a lot. It doesn't have to be a creature, of course. It can be a creature, but it can be like, whatever, an artifact that you sack to draw 2 cards or something. I think this is a very engine-y card. Hero as well, by the way. I guess they're all heroes. Whatever, come on. I think this card is very, it's tricky, high skill expression, and just generally excellent. A card that I'm going to be looking for every time I'm in white, which I imagine will be often, assuming that I open them. Patriot Shield Wielder, I'm going to put this in fine. This is not the best Skrelv we've ever seen, not the best Mother of Runes. 2 mana, so much. 2 mana, so much. It's just a 2 mana 2/2. +2/+0 and hexproof. I don't know. Attack with one guy, give it +2. Like this kind of attacks through that, but it's two mana. 2 mana is so much. 2 mana. And like if you want to use this defensively, you can never attack or block with it. You can never do anything. It's just he's just there. He's okay. He's fine. I'm not gonna miss him. I'm not gonna pick him highly. I'm not gonna build around him if I open him in sealed. Agent 13. Whenever a creature attacks alone, investigate. This is an every timer. This is a reason to attack alone for sure. Drawing a card, yes, that's very good. Artifacts have a uniquely good property in this format, like just having shitter artifacts lying around, your treasures, your clues, your food, whatever. They will be very good in this format. There's a lot of like blue and red stuff that you can do with this, and like of course it again does something immediately when it comes in, assuming you have a 2-drop. Excellent card. I think this is like one of these must answer cards. Attacks well, right? The stat line is very good. No complaints here every time. Quake, put it in fine. I think this is actually probably better than fine. 3/3 is nice for a stat line on a 3-drop, and the text box I think is reasonable. And again, it pushes a lot of damage. It is again one of these offensive cards. Terrible when you're behind. If you're on the play, this card is great. If you're not on the play, it sucks. A lot of the non-creatures you're going to be casting already kind of give that evasion of the Panther's Pounce or whatever, where you don't necessarily need the tap because the creature you're jumping already doesn't care about the fact that they have blockers up. But, you can chain some spells together with this and sleep their board or whatever. I don't know why you can tap lands. I guess it's fine. I don't know, do it in their upkeep or whatever, get cute, but that's probably just a bait. Putting it in fine. Red Guardian Super Soldier. Destroy a creature. The opponent was dealt damage this turn. Fine, leaning towards ass, unfortunately, for Red Guardian here. We normally see this effect in black. Flash is good, of course, because it allows you to like make some attacks that you otherwise wouldn't be able to make, and they're like, what the heck does he have? And it's just this. But it doesn't... It's so small, and you already necessarily need to invest something else in order to get this to do anything. I don't know. As a villain too, but the villain is not in red or black, so it's kind of useless. I'm gonna say fine. I'm gonna say ass, man. I'm gonna put him in ass. I'm gonna stake my claim. Card sucks. Luke Cage, Power Man, pretty easy ass. 4 mana, 2/5. That's a 4/5 indestructible on attacks. I feel like we've seen this type of design before, but he just doesn't do anything. No ETB, no protection. 4 mana. See you later. It's just nothing. It's nothing. There's nothing here. He doesn't do anything. No lifelink or anything, right? He needs something else. He needs some evasion or lifelink instability or something. Vigilance. Nothing. There's nothing here. Sorry. Mockingbird, Ace Agent. That's another ass. 4 mana, no ETB, no protection, 2/2 double strike for 4 mana. Listen, bud, you need to be having a great text box for 4 mana 2/2. Double strike and maybe grows is not it. I think this card can, be a threat, but this is not a card that I want to be playing. This is a card that I will play if I am in white and need a 4-drop. But like that's again, the ways to target are relatively few and far between. It's not nothing, but there's not a lot. And a lot of the time, this card just won't do anything. It's too small. Okoye Dora Milaje Leader. Oh my god. 4 mana 3/2 dudes? 2 dudes? We saw the 4 mana 3/2 dude be an insane common in EOE. Maybe not insane, and it had warp. But and then attacking creature tokens you control. First strike could matter. Probably won't, but 4 mana, 3 bodies. Come on, what do we need? Writhing Chrysalis, Whirler Rogue, whatever. Whenever we see this type of effect, it's completely insane. This will be completely insane. get 3 of these in the draft. I don't care they're legendary. Attack with it, trade it off, play another one, more tokens. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, this is an every timer. White Widow free agent, 2 counters or artifact or enchantment back. Normally these cards are good, right? This 4 mana 2/3 put 2 counters on a thing. We've seen this be good in the Gavany Swordsmith or the Basri's Pridemate or whatever. This type of effect is pretty good and limited. Normally they have a little bit of extra juice, I think, because this can target herself. So she's at minimum a 3/4 put a counter on something else. I think it's still a bit small. I don't know. I'm going to go fine with the potential to be every time, but and I don't think the artifact or enchantment thing is going to matter too much. It'd be nice, but I'm happy to be proven wrong on this one. I think it's just fine. Captain Marvel, Spaceborne. God, I hate Brie Larson. Flying Vigilance, 5 mana, and then you can flash things out if your opponent's cast a spell. I mean, it is a Sarah Angel. Fine, leaning towards ass. I'm gonna go ass. 5 mana, no ETB, no protection. I don't think the last part of the text box matters too much, because if they target it with a removal, you immediately need to blow your load anyway, so there's no reason to do this kind of flash thing. I don't know. Maybe I'm discounting Sarah Angel here. This is a 4 mana, 5 mana 4/4 Flying Vigilance is probably still pretty good, but okay, fine. I'll put it in fine. I just hate Captain Marvel. Invisible Woman, this one I'm happy to put an ass. 5 mana 2/5. Yikes. Same stat line, anyone? And then whenever you put a counter on a hero, specifically, not a creature, a hero, make a wall. It's got lifelink. What is this card doing? What is it for? What is it? It doesn't do anything. The payoff is nothing. It makes a wall? A wall? For what? For the Miracle Fantastic Four win the game combo? And this is garbage. Political Triumph. This is the creature fall, the Alliance. Put a counter on Scry. Okay, and fine on turn 1. I'd rather play a Maria Hill. 4th plan counter, draw a card, counter on each creature you control. I'm going to say it. I think this card is good. The problem is if you don't draw it at the start of the game, you lose. So we're going to put it in fine. Eventually, even if you draw this on turn 5 or whatever, and you've already emptied your hand, eventually it will just cycle itself, but it takes a while. The Scry is nice, but I don't know. I think this is a great card to open with and completely dog shit elsewhere. We've seen cards that fall into this, if it's great when you open with it and ass if you don't, like the Boggarts or whatever, that cycle of 1-drops that you need to reveal something in order to play it, and then if you play it later, it's kind of worse. But those are still also all good. That's kind of the framework I'm evaluating this in. I think this is still okay, but the difference between having this on turn 1 and not is so huge that it just gets a fine. And then Supervillain lockup, easy every time. Just whatever your baffling end, your seal away, whatever it is, exile a tapped creature until they leave. Yeah, it's an every time. Seems great, and I think there's a lot of good every time cards in white. I think white is very strong. Hirsch and Jake and I are definitely in the market for one of our decks being white in this Team Sealed. Oh fuck, I gotta do this shit for rares too? God. Alright, be right back. Alright, back at it. Agent Nick Fury. Again, 1 mana 2/1 in white. For that reason alone, it might just be fine, to be honest. But this is very close to ass. Well, it can't be that ass. Is Maria Hill that bad? I'm gonna put it in fine as a 1 mana 2/1 because I think that is what white wants to be doing. But this ability is nothing. I don't think that the soup decks are going to be doing this stuff. The soup decks are going to be base 1 color, probably green, and then splashing for a bunch of stuff. This Wooburg shit is not gonna. You're not gonna be doing this double. You summon any Avenger. I get it. It's very flavorful. No text box. This is a 1 mana 2/1. I think a 1 mana 2/1 in this format is going to be fine. Agent Phil Coulson, buddy, you can get in my deck every time. They put Vigilance on this guy. That's crazy. 0 mana, put a counter on every other hero you control. Holy shit. Inspiring Overseer, or not Inspiring Overseer. Whatever it is. The artifact one. The Lord. Not the Lord, the buffer. You know what I'm talking about. Insane. Insane card. Will run away with the game. They need to answer it immediately or they lose. Phenomenal. I'm putting the transforming cards here because you can just cast the front side instead of in the multicolored spot. But like you could argue that they go either way. But I think I'm playing Jennifer Walters pretty much every time in just a regular white deck, which is why I'm leaving her here. Same thing with like these transform cards, and the fact that the transform is only 1 green is nice in case you want to splash. The backside is, it's obviously insane, and you can do insane amounts of work with this card because it's very difficult to like interact with this and profitably, right? If the trample means you're doing so much damage, and if you trade, you do any target. It's very, very scary, but 2 mana 2/3 that guarantees freedom on your turn. Yeah, I think this is an every timer. Good stat line. No complaints here. I will play Jennifer Walters, the She-Hulk. Very cool. Captain America Super Soldier. First strike, shield counter, everything else is indestructible. I think this is a finer, sadly, and it's because of this mana cost right here. 3 mana 3/2 first strike is... It's fine. It's fine. There it is. That's the word. It's fine. Shield counter is nice, and you having hexproof as well as other heroes is cute because if they want to stop the hexproof, they need to get through the shield, and then they need to kill this guy. But like, I think the shield will just kind of come off naturally after you have to block with him once. He's probably still in every time, huh? Fine. He's in every time, but this double white is pissing me off, man. I think it's the lowest every time so far. I think the effect is obviously very good. The stat line is reasonable enough, but he's still this little baby. He can't even attack past the fucking Luke Power Man or whatever from 30 seconds ago. Let it be known I don't particularly care for this guy. Now this Captain America, holy, yes please, that's an every time. 1 toughness is very, very tough, but like I don't remember there being too many X1 Punishers in the set. There's like that one grape shot style effect for creatures, and there are a couple of flyers lying around, but this of course has first strike, which means it attacks very easily. The ward 1 is huge, the mana cost is great, 3/1 stat line on a flyer is crazy. And then everything at minimum gets +1/+1. Come on, they're all going to be heroes. Let's not kid ourselves here. And of course, wears suits incredibly well. If you just buff this up even once, this is bomba for sure. This is answer or die. Monica Rambeau, 3/3 flying prowess. That's an every time. We saw 3 mana 2/1 vigilance flying prowess. 3/3 flying prowess is way better. Again, same kind of theme of the main color is the main way to flip this, and if you have like 1 mountain lying around, it's nice. Obviously, this is at its best in Boros because the backside is crazy flying hexproof prowess, and then Anthem everything else. It's very similar to this card, but I'm pretty happy to run a 3/3 flying prowess creature just on rate. This is an every timer. The Sentry. This one I'm not sure about. I'm gonna tentatively put it in every time right now. I think that this could be very short-sighted, but I think this is a very good rare. I think that I am known guy to hate giving my opponent everything or anything rather, but I think a lot of the exile removal happens to be in white. So if you're really scared of the void, you can use some exile removal on it. It's the void is a token as well, so you can like bounce it to hand or whatever. Yes, there are ways to sleep this or exile this. A lot of there's a blue Spider Woman that'll tap and it won't untap, or there's a Trapped in the Ice or something in blue as well. There's some exile effects, the Murdoch one that we just saw in white. But I think that in general, this will be impossible for your opponent to kill. It's a 5/5 flying and vigilance indestructible. They get a big guy, but you can always block with your guy. Yeah, I think that just in general, this card is you're going to cast it, you're going to be pretty happy with the result. A lot of the time, with the potential to, if this gets cleanly removed, maybe you lose the game on the spot if you don't have the answer for the void. But I think generally speaking, this is hard enough to remove in the format from what I've seen to merit a spot in your deck, and you can just like win the game for free if they don't answer this. But if they do answer this, you probably lose. So it's a very tough one. I'm going to say it's an every timer. Captain Marvel, ugh, but it is an every timer. 5 mana, 4/5 flash flying lifelink already is pretty good. And then this, again, indestructible and a counter for 7. It just making it like a smoother late game top deck, or just giving it like a reason to exist in the late game is great. But the stat line on this is just good enough to warrant it. This will just, you don't even have to like flash this in and block. You can just flash this in at end step and then swing back to have the race go in your favor, because they couldn't possibly play around 5 lifelink in the air coming through next turn. This will be an incredible top end card, racer. So you see this, you play white. Origin of the Avengers, I think, is probably fine. At worst, it draws a card. It's a 2 mana, scry 2, then draw a card, probably, because I don't think you ever want to play a hero for free with this, because you skipped your 2-drop for this. So then you get the tempo back on Chapter 2, but I don't know. I think this is a fine. The counter on each creature control is nice, but we've already seen so many damn ways to just like buff everything else up, huh? In general, this might be ass, to be honest. I don't know if you can... I'm changing my mind. It's ass. This line of text is very, very good if you have a board. But if you play this on turn 2, you don't have a board because you play this instead of a creature. And then the only way you get a true board is if you do this. But then if you put this in play, you don't draw the card. It's like, why not just play the 2-drop and then play the 3-drop you're going to play, instead of playing this, scry 2, play the 3-drop, get a guy in, and try it. The sequencing does not work here. And then at best you get like 2 counters on 2 guys. This is ass. This doesn't do anything. I hate it. This is not a reason to play white. Would I play it if I'm in white? I don't know, maybe, but probably not, to be honest. It's kind of whatever. It doesn't do anything. Super Soldier Serum. +2/+2. First strike, vigilance, legendary soldier. Any number of equipment attached for free. Welcome to ass, buddy. Not even one ward, not even one singular ward, nothing, just Blowout City waiting to happen. There is a card later that has been fucking me up a little bit that I think could be great with Boggles, that we'll get to it when we get to it. But in general, why? What is this? What is this? Oh, it's a way to target your creature. Oh, congratulations, you just 2 for 1 yourself. Get this out of my face. The Mind Stone, I think, is fine. 2 mana rock. I think it doesn't go in the aggressive white text, of course. It'll go into the kind of maybe a blue-white artifact stuff for this soup deck, but just indestructible mana rock that then does something later when you have enough mana to sink into this and start flickering stuff. I think you can do a lot of work with this, and yeah, I think this is fine. It's a good include in the decks that are right for it, and it's not generally what white wants to be, so you're not going to be put this in your green X deck and have it as a fun little win condition later. But I probably wouldn't like first pick this or anything, and I'm not looking at it for the purposes of sealed. $74. What the fuck are these Commander players smoking crack? Avengers Assemble, I think it might be an every timer. Yeah. It's 5 mana, which is tough, but heroes, again, everywhere. 5 mana +2/+2 to the entire board, assumedly. Pretty good, and then the clause is so free. If you play a hero, if you attack with a hero, you're drawing a card. Yeah, I think this will win you a game. Like, it just comes down, and if your opponent doesn't answer it, they're just going to get drowned by this thing. It makes combat impossible, and it keeps the gas flowing. Seems crazy, similar to Chronicle in ECL. No complaints here. I'm looking to play a lot of heroes with this thing. Whew, white is done. Oh my god, we have 4 more colors, colorless and multicolor to go, huh? Yeesh. Alright, I am blue. Bop bee bop ba. Aerial Doombot. I'm blue for this card, because this card sucks. That's an ass. 1 mana, 1/1 artifact creature, whatever, villain, whatever. Power up 6 mana. 6 mana, 3/3. Are we kidding me? 7 mana in total if you don't, like, play it and draw it. I mean, it's. What? 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 Ass, bro. Ass. Bold Biochemist. I think this is. Is this an every timer? But it's so bad. Like, it's every time, I think, if you're playing blue, but, like, I don't like this card. It's not a draw. It's going into fine. 6 mana, 2/4, draw 2. Okay, but, like, the 1/3 doesn't do much. Like, obviously, blue's meant to be defensive here, right? Which is already a knock on the color, because you don't want to be defensive and limited if you can avoid it. Yeah, I don't think this guy is it. I think he's just there. And, yeah, nothing really to say about this guy. I think he's just too slow, too clunky. The stat line isn't great. I think it's fine as a blocker, but you're pretty sad if this guy dies, so you don't really want to, like, block it too aggressively or chump it, and your opponents can, like, when you double block, they can kill this one, and then it feels annoying that you missed out on your cards, even though you didn't actually go down cards. You've just went down, like, theoretical cards. I don't know. I don't like this too much. Hydraulic Helper. I want to put this in every time. Artifact guy wants to put the artifact ramp card in every time. Defender is tough, but 2/3 is a lot better than 1/3. And the blue on only artifacts or abilities or whatever, I think is going to be valuable. Ultimately, I'm going to put it in a fine and be responsible. But I do think one of the only real avenues for the blue decks are, if you want blue to be your main color, you need to be doing the artifact thing, which means that I think this card is necessary, but I also think this card would, like, for example, go late in a draft. Again, we're not really talking about draft, we're talking about sealed, but still, I think this is a card that, again, it's similar to the Biochemist in that you would play it in your blue decks, but it's not a reason to be blue. So, but I like it. This Cavalry, it has Vigilance. No, it's ass. It's ass. Sorry, Chief. 3/2. 3 mana, 3/2 Vigilance. What? What? I can get 2 of those on my white land cycler, bro. Second card stuff is nice. Not a hero, not a villain. Merfolk. Okay, bro. Doesn't do anything. It's like, at best, gonna trade with something that you probably didn't care about. I don't like it. I don't want it. I don't want to see it. Shield Deployment Drone. Hey! Every time. Printing Champion, Aven, whatever it's called. Interceptor, Aven Interceptor. Lazotep, Aven Eternal from War. 3 mana, 2/2 flyer, make a 1/1. Broken every time. This is an artifact creature. Whew, that's nice. If only it wasn't Marvel and I could put it in my cube. Yeah, this is every time. This is, like, I don't think it's necessarily going to be first pick in the set, because I think the white is going to be very good, but I think this is a very good card and a reason to be blue. Aim Scientists. Isn't it every time? I guess it is. Land Cyclers are just every times, huh? Yeah. Like, this is a card I would put in my every time pile if I was building a deck in real life, just because basic land cycling, probably a 4/4. It doesn't connive when it attacks. I guess this is not a MH3 card, but yeah, I don't know. It's okay. It is still in every time. It's still in every time. Come on. It's a land cycler that is a body that, maybe a 4/4. Nice to, whatever, get your creatures in the graveyard or filter away extra lands. The usual stuff for conniving. Giant Flying Ant. Giant-sized Flying Ant, excuse me. Flash Flyer, 3/2. Tap or untap something. I like these effects. 4 mana is too much. I think it's ass, my liege. I think it's ass. It's too small. It trades unfavorably with, like, every other flyer. This 2 toughness is really bad. Tap or untap something, like maybe it buys you 1 turn, but 4 mana is so steep for that. And I liked the Chrome Prowler from 1, and this is, like, probably better than that, even though it's not an artifact. It's like a flyer. No. I don't want it. I don't know if there's some infinite combo with this or something where you can flicker stuff over and over or something. I don't know. Whatever. Get out of here. Atlantis attacks. I put this in the creature slot because I think that's mainly what you're going to use it for, but really you're going to use it for both. Teamwork 4 is pretty cheap on a 7 mana spell. This is an every timer for sure. Let's not beat around the bush here. 7 mana 6/5 bounce 2 things is like, that's crazy good. And it's hexproof. What? This will be the biggest thing on the board if you can tap one creature, maybe 2 if they're small. Insanely huge tempo swing. Assuming the format gets to this late stage of the game, which white might not allow you to do, but and anything else, killing tokens is great. Wow. I love this thing. The double blue is a little annoying, but it's 7 mana, so you don't care about the mana cost. Yeah, this is just like a perfect finisher for these soup decks that I think will be there as well. This is an every timer. I see this, I'm like, okay, we have a reason to be blue. Futurist Forge. I want to say it. I want to say it's every time. Similar to the whatever it is, the Ichor Wellspring lookalike in EOE. I think it is ultimately just fine. I think it's closer to the Moon Snare prototype from Neo than anything else, where it's like a 2 mana sack it to draw 2, but it draws a card immediately when it enters instead of cycle. I don't know. I quite like these effects. 6 mana, draw 3. It's a bit steep, but you can pay for it in increments. It's something to do with your mana early. There's artifact synergies. You can pick this up maybe. I really like this effect. I can make these effects work, and I think this is great with the helper, obviously. But to say it's every time was probably a bit naive. At the end of the day, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't help you with anything. We got to put it in fine, but I really do believe that this core of artifacts is where blue is supposed to be, if you're in blue. Super Suit, we're going to put it in S. 2 mana, equipment, untap, equip 2. Equip 2 is so huge, bro. Equip 2! Free, attach immediately. I mean, it's a combat trick. What do you want, right? I think it could be fine, but like I'm not looking to play this. I'll play it if I have to. It's probably at its best in the white X decks, where you can get your prowess trigger and you attack a little bit easier, and it's great defensively as well because you can untap something when they're attacking you. But like 2 mana already is a big ask. And this is let's put it this way. This is not Take Up the Shield. Okay, this is what I'm comparing it to. Take Up the Shield is leagues above this, to the point that I'm putting this in ass. The equipment is nice, but I just don't think it's gonna get there most of the time, unless you have this high density of creatures, in which case blue never has. And we say thee nay. How good is Quench? I think Quench is probably pretty good. I am hesitant to put it in every time. Put it in fine, but I don't know. I think the format will be relatively fast. Again, everything revolves around the white deck, so they're going to get on the board. If you pass on turn 2 and they're like developing... Obviously, Quench is great on turn 2, but in general, the teamwork clause probably doesn't matter at all. If you have creatures on the board, you want to be attacking with them, and if you're blocking with them, and this lets you do neither, and the Quench is usually enough. It's just a Quench. I think it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Wow, what a surprise. Put it in the fine column. Depower, I am a sucker for these types of cards. I love like Chilling Trap from Zendikar Rising and these like 1 mana shrink effects that draw you a card. Oh, that's so nice. Ultimately, it is just fine. Might veer towards being ass. Great in the prowess decks. Great in the target your creature or whatever. And yes, you can buy out for 3 mana, but if you're casting this for 3 mana, it's like really bad. There's like some Dazzle or something in Ravnica, some set like that. I don't think it was that good there. This is a tall ask, and the reward, I mean, it is ultimately just a card draw, but the narrowness of it for the 1 mana mode, it's a bit tough. We're putting it in fine. Frozen and Ice, this is an every time. This is no Oblivion Ring, but it does a pretty damn good impression. This is one of those ways to get rid of that void guy. What is his name? The Super Wonder. Who cares, bro? Who fucking cares? But yeah, tap untap loses all abilities is a needed clause on effects like these. But there's, the only thing that this is kind of weak to is the red black sack stuff, which I think is going to be very good, which does put a knock on this. But you're not leaving home without this in your blue decks. This is like one of the only good pieces of blue removal, so you got to play it, and it is just good. It's not like great, but it makes the cut for me. I am Iron Man. I think this is an every timer. I love effects like these. We saw this, of course, with Suit Up. We saw this with the Angel's Metamorphosis in Capenna. The draw card again is great. Like, you look at this and you look at Deep Power, and it's night and day. I am Iron Man is crazy. This is again the reason to amass those like clue tokens or treasure tokens. You just flash out a 4/4 for one turn only. It could be an attacker if you needed to. If the artifact didn't come in this turn, you could just like get into the air for 4, draw a card briefly. But most of the time it's going to be on blocks. And you just like trade a treasure token for one of their real creatures and draw a card. That's going to feel really nice. I actively want to be playing these cards in my decks, and at worst it's like a combat trick that protects your guy from a lightning strike, or if it's something that has a lot of counters on it, then you turn it into a base 4/4 with a ton of counters. That's nice too. These types of effects, I think are generally underutilized, and when they say draw a card, it usually means they're pretty good. Second from the top or on the bottom, then a creature you control connives. 4 mana sorcery. So the closest comparison we have is like Demon Fury from MH3. That card was, I'll say it, fine. Second from the top helps a lot, because it will legitimately be a removal spell a lot of the time. Second from the top feels pretty bad if you're on the receiving end, so you're likely to bottom it unless you really need the creature. Getting the connive is nice, but I'm going to put it in fine. I'm leaning towards ass, because this does not look good. It's like it's a top out removal, right? It's a curve out removal. You play this is a removal that you're meant to go ideally 1-drop, but more likely 2-drop, 3-drop, kill your guy after you miss your 2-drop, and then I get in for another 5 points of damage and have my guy connive. That's great, but this is so bad if you're behind. If you have no board, yikes. Yeah, I don't know. Blue and removal. Am I right? Am I right, gamers? Yeah, it's fine. Ultimately, I think surprisingly a lot of every timers in the blue commons, but for the most part, I don't think this is nearly as strong as white. And I think that if you want to be base blue, you need to have some of this artifact stuff going on. Okay, uncommon time. Yeesh. Alright, keep trucking. Maybe next segment I'll turn the lights on. Who knows? Kid Loki. Each creature you control that you've put a counter on has hexproof. When you draw your second card, it grows. I don't know. I think drawing your second card each turn is a little bit difficult to do in this instance. It's hero and a villain, which is nice. But in this format, it is a bit tough. I think blue can do it for sure. But this first line of text is kind of whatever. It's nice to have, instant speed, trick, hexproof, and it'd be pretty tricky. I'm hesitant to put this in every time, but I think it might be good enough anyway. I don't know. Like, you can curve this into the artifact that draws you a card or anything, right? So, yeah. Connive, of course, is the other big one. I'll tentatively put this in every time. No, man, I'm putting it in fine. Because if they just kill it, nothing happens, right? It's like maybe a 3/3. Eventually, as a 1-mana card. Whatever, get out of here. Stature Size Shifter. 1 mana, 1/1 unblockable, and then can grow itself 1 time for big. In which case it no longer becomes unblockable. I like the concept of this card. And it's like it's a hero, so it gets, this kind of unblockable stuff, but if you ever actually buffer through normal means, like through, like Suits, for example, then she's not actually unblockable. I think this is going to be a little too awkward. I think this is a lot of mana to ask to not get a lot of reward. You can do like a 1-time big punch through, which is very fun, so it'll be like this kind of must answer card maybe, but it's also so small and doesn't really do anything, doesn't block. No, I'm putting in an S. I don't want to actively play this card. I think it's more of a gimmick than anything. Shuri, Wakandan Inventor, I think is every time. The stat line sucks. The ability is pretty good in the right home for. Your spells cost one less is a great line of text, and there are a lot of artifact creatures, a lot of artifacts, and this ability to like make another copy of something that's not legendary. 1 mana is a bit of a tall ask. I think it's ultimately it's just fine. It's a bit too build aroundy. I am biased because I A, like artifacts, but B, legitimately do think the artifact stuff is what Blue needs to be doing. But I don't think this card is like insane or anything. It's just a 2-drop. It's fine. You'll get one. Echo, Perceptive Prodigy, another copier. There's a lot of this in this set. Fucking Commander players, man. 3 mana, 1/4 Vigilance. Listen, bud, you better be selling me on this text. Copy an activated or triggered ability from a creature source only. No, it doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything. Maybe there's some weird combo. Ass, get it out of here. I don't want it. Oh, nice. You can copy your stature, so you pay 1 less mana, but then you get the buff twice or whatever. Well, who cares, bro? Who cares? It's a 3 mana 1/4. Get out of here. It's a hero, apparently. Iron Lad, Diverging Destiny, if you say so. 2 mana 2/2 Flying Vig. Artifact creature. Look at the top card of your library every time. And then draws a card if it's an artifact. I'll say it. That's an every timer. I don't care. I think this card is good enough. It's so small. Is it an every timer? It's so small. It's fine. It's so small, bro. And you need an insane density of artifacts for this to work. You need like 8, 7, 8, 9, something like that. Why was 6 afraid of 7? 6, 7. I don't know, man. I don't think this card is it. It's so tiny, bro. It's so tiny. Flying Vig is nice, but like everything is flying in this set for some reason, and also nothing, but everything does. Vigilance is not a useful keyword unless you're blocking with it, and you don't want to block with it. So why the fuck are we? What are we doing here? Get out of my face. Justice, Vance Astrovic. When Justice enters, his name is Vance. When Vance enters, bro. Whatever. When Vance enters, return anything to its owner's hand, and whenever you bounce your own thing, it gets a counter. Obviously, this is an every timer. We've seen this time and again. Mana War is insane and limited. Great tempo play. It wasn't actually that good in SOS because the format was very powerful. I think the power is a lot lighter here than it was in SOS, so effects like these are going to be closer to what they were in ECL with the Rhymekin. Obviously, this doesn't have an extra power to start with, but can grow if you need to bounce one of your things, which you can absolutely do. You know, I dream of picking up the artifact that draws you a card and then playing it again, growing this, so nice. But shame you can't chain these, obviously, because everything is legendary. But yeah, I think this is just going to be an every timer, a reason to play blue. Atlantean Warlord, other merfolk get +1 whenever this creature attacks, because it's the only merfolk you're going to be playing. Draw a card. I want to put this in S. 4 mana, 3/4. 2 blue in the mana cost. The Lord thing is nothing. I think it's close. I think you could put this in fine. I'm actively not looking to play this card. I think this card sucks. Its stat line says you want to defend. Blue's general purpose says you want to defend in this set. But this needs to attack to get you the card, and it's not big enough to really attack properly on 4. No, I don't like this. I think it's actively bad. Mr. Fantastic. Whenever a token enters, draw a card. 4 mana, 2/4 reach. No ETB, no protection. So we have to think of this like the Rhyme Speaker from again ECL. 4 mana, 2/4. Reach is a nice keyword instead of nothing that Rhyme Speaker had. Are we getting tokens as often as we are spending 5 or more mana on a spell? I don't think so. Read, you gotta go to ass, buddy. Everything is just a 4 mana, 4 toughness creature. Number is 73, and we're only in blue. Get him out of here. I don't like it. You have to get the token. Like you're untapping. You're going into turn 5, and you need a token. Like you've played your 3 mana 2/2 make a token already. You've played it on turn 3. How are you drawing cards with this thing? It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. It's bad. It's bad. Get it out of here. Falcon. 5 mana, 3/4. What are these stat lines, bro? Whatever. ETB, make a 1/1. Of course, the token is legendary. That surveils 1/1 attacks. I think this is fine. Is this an every timer? No, I don't like these, whatever, Imperial Griffin style backup. The 5-mana 3/4 flyer, I don't put any stock into it. Getting an extra 1/1 is very nice, but like, compare this to the drone, man. 3-mana 2/2 make a 1/1 on the ground, and we're paying 2 more mana to upgrade the token to a flyer and to give this some extra stats. I don't care about this, man. I don't care about this thing. It's fine. At best, it's fine. Wiccan Rising Magician, however, is an every timer, I think. This is... it does say another. I rated the Conciliator's Duelist from SOS quite highly for this exact effect. And this is any non-creature spell, right? And then you exile anything, including opponent stuff, right? You can get rid of opponent's creatures briefly. It doesn't hit tokens, is a big downside. I guess it's just fine. All right, I love these types of effects. They're very tricksy. They're very fun to me, but 5-mana 4/4 flyer, no ETB, no protection. I can't put this in anything more than fine. If I put Marvel in fine as well, it just doesn't make it. Make it make sense. Pin Particles. Vigilance can't be blocked. Draw a card. Okay, Vigilance on this makes it a lot better for sure, and it's guaranteed 1 mana. Target a thing. Draw a card. Triggers your prowess. We've seen effects like this in the past. I generally don't like them. I'm willing to be proven wrong here. The fact that it's an uncommon tells me that they probably started with this at common and realized it was pretty good there. I don't know. I don't know. I'm willing to put it to fine. I'm tentatively going to put it into ass for now. I don't think I want to be picking this card, and I don't think anybody's going to take it. It's going to go like 12th pick or whatever. But if you put it in your whatever blue-red or blue-white prowessy style deck, and you get a nice, cheesy victory, congratulations, you did it. But I'm not. I'm generally not a believer in those types of strategies. Super Intelligence, stupidest fucking wording of all time. Literally just say enchant creature you control. And then you don't have to do this fucking conga line of, oh, well, you can't actually enchant your opponent's creature, but you can enchant your opponent's creature, but then they'll draw the card. Bro, just say enchant creature you control. What are we doing? Obviously, this is terrible. In case I have to spell it out for you, you are spending a mana and a card to enchant this. Then on your next upkeep, you draw 1 card, so you're neutral. And then on the next upkeep after that, if the creature is still around, you'll draw another card. It's just terrible, terrible, terrible. Incredibly mana inefficient. Again, there is this one card that I keep thinking about in the set that might be able to make this work because it's functionally hexproof. In which case, yes, this can eventually draw you some cards, but like it'll take 3 turns to draw 2 cards or whatever. It's like, just stay away from this thing. Don't try to get cute. Don't try to make it work. It targets a guy you control. Whatever. I don't think it's good enough. Not good enough. Falcon's Wing Harness, rather. I, again, want this to be good. I love some wings. I love jumping my creatures. Free equip. Ward 1, +1/+1, flying. Okay, very nice. Equip 3. Ass it goes. Sorry. Equip 3? 3? You want me to pay 3 mana to move this around? Bro, come on. How are you playing? You're going to play this on... You can't play this on turn 2 because then you lose the free equip. So this is like a... When are you playing this? You play 2-drop, 3-drop, another 2-drop, and then this... And it's an artifact, but you're not playing creatures in blue. What are you going to suit up? You're going to suit up your 1/3 that draws you 2 cards later? It doesn't do it. It doesn't do what blue wants to do. Maybe it's good in the blue-white stuff. Maybe it's good in the blue-red stuff. But this doesn't. It doesn't work, man. It doesn't work. It's bad. Rewrite history. More plans. Okay, this is a much better plan, I think, than the white one. And the white one was okay. Whenever a creature becomes tapped, draw a card, discard a card, get a counter. Do this 4 times, you get 2 instants and or sorceries back. The instants and or sorceries in blue, kinda dookie. I don't know if you guys are paying attention. They're not that good. So this will not be a card in blue. This will go in like the multicolor type of plan deck. Capenna, if you guys remember, had a little something like this, where they had this kind of red treasure theme that allowed you to play all of these wiretapping effects and this multicolor stuff that gets a lot of stuff, and they have a similar red plan here. So I think there is definitely something here in the plan deck, the multicolor stuff, and I think it actually might be quite good. But on the whole, at best, I can just give this a fine. Creatures becoming tapped is actually fairly easy with all of the improvised stuff, but it doesn't do anything when it comes in, unless you have an attack, right? So if you go 2-drop, play this, it's terrible for you because you're not continuing your pressure with you go 2-drop into this, and you probably don't have anything to get back. So you can draw a card and discard the spells, but you want to cast the spells. I don't know. I don't think this card is going to be great in like a traditional Magic the Gathering shell. It might be good if you have like some great spells to get back, but don't count on it. And yeah, it's instant and sorceries. It can't even like return plans. This might be ass, but I'll put it in fine, hopefully. Thirst for Knowledge. I hate these types of effects. Draw 3, discard an artifact. I'm going to give it fine because, again, I do think the artifact stuff, I'm very tempted to put this in ass. You can see the card quality of blue at the uncommon level. Just not there. Look at any of these cards and then look at the white 3/2 make 2 1/1 tokens. Look at the white 3/2 for 3 that like has you investigate every turn when you attack with one creature. It's crazy. We have 1 mana war. That's it. We have 1 mana war and some whatever garbage. Stay away from blue if we can. Make it a splash color. I think our general plan is probably going to be white takes the leftover blue cards and gets a nice streamlined. If you can't go mono white, get a nice little white blue deck going maybe, but we'll see what the rares have to say. Illuminate. Okay, back we go. Bruce Banner, the mythic, by the way. 1 mana 1/1 with Brain Geyser, or whatever this is. It's double X to draw cards, by the way, but it's not even instant speed, by the way. It's not even instant speed. And then transforms, or you can just cast the backside, for red, green, green 2 as an 8/8 reach trample. I tentatively want to say this is straight up just a multicolor card. I think it's fine in a blue deck, maybe. I don't know. I feel like this is misplaced in the blue category because I'd probably be much happier playing a Gruul Mythic 6 mana 8/8 that makes extra combats when he attacks every time. I don't know. I think this is like an every timer, but in the wrong colors. So it's either every time or ass, and I don't know how to handle this because I think you should probably just be casting the backside. The front side is so incredibly slow. Blue already has so much card draw. Blue doesn't need more card draw on a 1/1. I'll put it as every time like this, and then we can all wonder why this is in blue. 2 mana 2/1. Whenever a player or permanent becomes the target of an ability, draw a card. Oh, it's ability you control. Oh. This ability only triggers once each turn. Way too hard to get going. It's a 2 mana 2/1, but like honestly, I think this is fine, if not ass. This is not what you want for your rare. It's not even spell. It's ability. So you need to have your Oblivion Ring or your ETB bounce a thing or whatever. And it has to be yours. It can't be like anything. It's not not a permanent you control becomes the target of an ability like Nadu or anything like that. It's whenever you're doing ability stuff to your stuff or your opponent's stuff, draw a card, and only once each turn for no reason. I'm tempted to put this into ass, but I'll keep it in there. The Wondrous Wasp, good card. 2 mana 2/1 flash flyer, tap something and it won't untap. Tap and lose all abilities. Oh, it doesn't tap and untap. I still think it's good. Just as a, this is way better than the 4 mana 3/2 tap or untap something. Lose all abilities is nice. Flash flyer 2/1. Yeah, sure. I think this will draw you to blue. I don't think it's like crazy or anything, but you're playing it every time in your blue deck. But yeah, you're playing it every time in your blue deck, but it's not a reason to go blue. But that is still in the every time category, as we've discussed so many times. Tony Stark. I think the front half of this is pretty good, probably better than the back half. Just a 2 mana 1/3 that continually draws you artifact cards for the top 4. 1 mana instant speed. Yeah, I think this is nice. Again, because of the blue artifact thing, I'm going to repeat myself over and over. And then in blue-red specifically, anybody else fucked by this art, by the way? I swear to God, these are his legs, and then these are his arms. But then he's doing like a weird squat pump up thing. No, this is his face right here. This is his head, and this is a hand. And then his legs are down here, obviously. Fucking fire this guy. Who made this? Alexandro Luzierno? You're lucky I can't read. Anyway, 6 mana, 5/5 flying haste. The second ability doesn't matter, I don't think. Putting a cheat on artifact into play. Okay. What are you going to do? Shang-Chi and the 10 rings or whatever? That thing is nothing. And then it gets free equipment, whatever. I like the front half of this more. Just a 2 mana 1/3 that keeps drawing artifacts. So it isn't every time. And it's just good in blue, I think. Assuming you have that density artifacts, but you have the density artifacts, you might be red, blue anyway, so you can play the backside or just transform it. The transforming creatures are just good because you can choose what mode you need, but generally speaking, I think this card clears the bar on the front side alone, and then the backside is just nice. Ms. Marvel, Kamala. I can't do the GIF, I'm sorry. 3 mana 1/4, again. Vigilance Reach, better. You have no max hand size. Nobody cares. When you cast a spell that targets a creature you control, notably not Loki, different clause here. Draw a card. Okay. Until end of turn, base power equal to the number of cards in your hand. Not gains, base power equal. Boys, it's just fine. It's just fine. Who cares, bro? Yes, target draw. Target draw is good. We're not going to be targeting that often. Combos with Pim particles. Okay. Whatever, it's just fine. Namor the Submariner. Star 4 flyer. Number of merfolk you control. So it's a 1/4, probably. But when you cast a non-creature, you make that many 1/1s equal to the number of pips in the blue card. This is tough. I'm going to say it's just fine. This is a mythic. I think this card could run away with the game, but you need a lot to go. Like, if you have the high density of non-creature spells that have blue pips in them, you're not necessarily going to have this on turn 3 every time. It's probably really great on turn 3, but like, even the mono blue Djinn that's like equal to the number of islands you control or whatever is better than this thing, I think, most of the time. But I love 1/1 tokens. I love 1/1 token generation. But how many times are you really going to be casting a non-creature spell with 2 or more blue pips in it? It's probably going to be like 1 blue pip per spell, which means you're getting 1/1 token. It's like almost worse than a Murmuring Mystic or whatever. Mythic, by the way. Whatever, bro. Whatever. Get out of here. So random merfolk. Shield Flying card. This is an every timer. Yeah, 3 mana 3/3 Resto Angel. I love it. And then it's a vehicle, crew 1. I think the tap synergy with your plan. Okay, but flash flyer, 3 mana flyer vehicle. Vehicles are just inherently tricky, and this is a very tricky card as well. Save a guy, reuse an ETB, flash this out so you can attack later. A lot of applications for this card. It's an every timer. It's a very skill expressive card. I love stuff like this. Shame. It's a Marvel card, so it can't go in my cube. Kang the Conqueror. 4 mana, 4/5 flyer. Every time. What does the ability say? Power up, 8 mana. Put a counter on it. Take an extra turn. During that turn, power-ups can't be activated. I don't know what the point of the last line of text on that is. There is like one card that lets you power up again. Did they really think like the mythic was getting too far if it could power up twice and then take 2 extra turns? And that's not fun. That seems like a achievement unlocked. Anyway, this is an every timer, just as a 4 mana 4/5 flyer. If I'm putting 5 mana 4/4 flyers into the fine category for 1 extra toughness and 1 less mana, you got to put that into every time. 2 blue is tough, but like this is great. And then the flavor text down here, if you draw it on turn 8 or whatever and you have enough mana, nice, but otherwise whatever, it's just like a huge guy. Leader, super genius. I love this thing. I'm putting it in every time. Um, it draws you an extra card every time you connive, and then at the beginning of combat, a creature connives. Probably this guy. Um, Phenomenal. So it's probably a 2/4 that draws you a card immediately. And then keeps drawing a card every combat. I love this. I absolutely love this. I think this is very comparable to Sanar from ECL. A bit tough to cast, but really great. Blocks reasonably and is a must answer. Yeah, I love this. This is a reason to be blue for sure. Ironheart, Clever Champion. It's ass, bro. It's ass. It's ass. Why do they keep printing these Griffin stat lines? 5 mana, 3/4 flyer. In 2026? Why? Why? Non-creature spells you cast have improvise. Okay. Who gives a shit, bro? Was Inspiring Statuary really that good in fucking Kaladesh? Avishkar? I don't think so. This is just a commander card, right? This is just a commander card. It has improvise. And like what? So what? I can play it on turn 4 when I curve my fucking draw card artifact. The 2 mana ramper already lets you ramp this out on turn 4. You don't need to tap it. There aren't like you're not making 1/1 artifact creature tokens or treasure tokens or clue tokens super early into the game anyway to like really get this cheap on like turn 3 or something. No, it's nothing. It has no business existing. Garbage. You can play it, but like don't look at it twice. Multiversal Incursion, I put this as a creature because it is a creature. It's just a lot of creatures. 7 mana, create non-legendary copies of everything you have. Probably bad. I think the, again, nearest analog we have is the ECL card, the Mirror Form, that turns everything into a copy of something. Sorcery speed on this. Non-token is so annoying as well. Just let us copy the tokens. Why not? What's wrong with copying the tokens? Yeah, I'm gonna go ass. I don't think this is actually a win condition. I think there aren't enough like insane cards to copy. I think you can go over the top of this relatively easily. $10, by the way. Secret Invasion. Enchant a creature you control for 1 and a blue, 1 and 2 blue. Excuse me. Exile something until this aura leaves, and then the thing you enchant becomes a copy of the exiled thing, and the creature has ward 2. Sheltered by Ghost Called, they want nothing because they're better than this in every way. What is this? Is this a rare? Why? Why? What is this? This is ass. I mean, it's fine. It's pretty good removal. You'll play it in your blue deck, but double blue so you can't splash it. So you need to be baseline blue, which means you need to like have a 2-drop or a creature on the board and in your base blue deck. And then it has to be a creature that you don't really care about. But then they could still just kill it and get their guy back. So it's still a 2-for-1 if they kill it because they get their guy back. Maybe this is ass. Anyway, I think the rares are good. I think, Kang, Leader, Flying Car, Tony, pretty great. Wasp and, Incredible Hulk. What are you doing here, buddy? Yeah, I don't know. I think that blue is going to struggle a lot. The biggest problem is all these damn double pip cards. When we just went over how blue is complete garbage and you don't want it to be your main color, but now you need 2 islands in play by turn 4 to play these? That's tough, man. That's a tough ask. Maybe if you get enough artifacts, you can get your stuff here. But I have a feeling that the blue stuff is going to either be basically mono blue artifacts, or the good cards like Shield Flying Car and the Wondrous Wasp are just going to be cannibalized by these kind of superior decks. Stay out of blue if you can. Okay. Editing magic means that black is coming up next. Alright, we're back. It's black. Jump cut, surprise, different day. Can you tell? I don't know. Who knows? Editing magic. Black commons. My God. I mean, I'm still not liking them. That's a lie. I like black in theory, but I've got some significant problems with our first guy here, Project Deathlock Soldier. He's going into fine, unfortunately. Same with Agents of Hydra. I think they're similar enough that I'm going to talk about them at the same time. And the problem is this sacrifice package that is so non-existent in this damn format, man. I swear to God, the red-black stuff is sacrifice. Here, we're going to break the fourth wall time. Here it comes. Are you ready? Scryfall. Sacrifice. Look at this. There's nothing here, man. Look at this. 3 mana sack outlet. 0 mana sack outlet, only when it enters. 2 mana, albeit reasonable, Deadly Dispute-ish kind of thing. 3 mana sack outlet. First one's free. 3 mana sack outlet. Tap. 3 mana tap sack outlet. 1-time sack outlet. Why? Wizards of the Coast? You fucking cowards, man, I swear to God. Sacrifice is broken, though. They probably did the right thing, because any cheaper and these cards would become really good. But now, they're kind of trash. I'd say fine to ass, to be honest. I've never even really liked these kind of innocuous rat style 2 mana 1/1 dies into a 2/2 type of deal. And the complete lack of sacrifice outlets means that these cards are so much worse than they usually are. I love the soldier because it's an artifact that keeps coming back, and this creates 2 villains, which is great for your villain Pinger and Red that we'll see later. But man, the sack outlets suck. They suck. Maybe this Deadeye card can be okay because 2 damage to any target is a lot in the format, but we'll get there when we get there. It's just I really don't think the package is going to come together often enough for these cards to matter. They're just too small. They don't do anything. I'm not about it. Red Room Recruit, however, isn't every time. This is, the Explorer creature, the Seekers, whatever, 2 mana 1/2 Explore. This is probably better than that, I think. Yes, you don't draw the land, but the Connive is great because you can, again, set up the cards in your graveyard. It's a villain, for whatever that matters, and I think this is very comparable to Rafine's Informant, and I'm pretty sure Rafine's Informant was an every time as the format went on. Like, if you were white, you were happy to play as many Rafine's Informants as you can get your hands on, and I think this is slightly better. It's got a slightly better stat line. Yeah, I love this card. I am happy to play it. Again, it's not going to draw me to black, but it's going to make it pretty much every black deck. Hydra Troopers, I think this is an every time in that, again, you're gonna play this in your black decks every time. But man, this clause is much harder than it looks, huh? 2 creatures in the graveyard. This will be what, earliest turn 5 maybe, ambitiously. And if on 5 a 3/2 and a 2/1 is great. Source, borrow, backup. But yeah, I don't know. This is going to be pretty tough to enable. But on rate, how often are you going to be running this out as a 3/2? I think a lot, which does do a knock on it. But a 3/2 that sometimes comes with a 2/1 body is, I'd say it's an every timer. It just goes. Put it in the deck. You put it in the deck, and then if you get the upside, wow, it's great. Otherwise, it's fine. Surprise, fine. Crazy how I say the word fine to describe cards that are just fine. But I think this is an every timer. It just comes in. Kingpin's Enforcers, man, I want to put this in ass. Obviously, it's fine, but god damn it. 3 mana. At least it's instant speed and repeatable. But what you telling me I'm going to activate this twice for 6 in this format while my opponent's resolving a Hulk? They have a Hulk. We have a Hulk. I have an army. I have a 2/3. We have a Hulk. Can anybody hear me? Am I alive? Is anybody, hello? Are you watching? Are you still there? 2/3 lifelink, stat line is fine. There it is again, it's fine. We saw this in Neon Dynasty with the enchantment creature, wears suits well. We're gonna say we're still making the suit jokes. But this is pretty small for a 3-drop still. No ETB, no protection. Engine piece. It's very close to ass. I'm putting it in fine. What the hell is that? I'm putting it in fine for now, but again, I think this package is nowhere. It's not even as good as the blue stuff. I think the blue artifact package is stronger than this crap. But it's fine. Ninja the Hand, I will immediately put to ass. I hate the 3 mana 2/2 in every format. This Crawl Harpooner stat line, this Crawl Death Swarm stat line, whatever it's called. 3 mana 2/2 Death Touch is just not it. Again, this is the same. This is Imperial Griffin level magic design. This is terrible. 5 mana, not even a 5/5. 5 mana, 3/3. They discard a card. What? What? Why? What? Who is this for? Who's playing this? Who buys this? Nobody buys this. Get the shit off my screen. Legion Legionnaire. I'm gonna unliving Legionnaire. What? Legion? Legionnaire? Is that what I just said? Unliving Legionnaire. 4 mana, 3/2 flyer. 7 mana, Gravedigger as a 5/4 flyer. Couldn't this have been like a 3 mana, 2/1, 6 mana pick it up? Or something? Throw us a bone. My god. This type of effect is usually great. I love the 4 mana Gravedigger. 4 mana Gravedigger flyer? But it's not 4 mana, it's 7 mana? Why? Way too expensive. Doesn't do anything, doesn't trade well, this is nothing. This is return an insane bomb, and like maybe you have some crazy late game loops with like this card here that we're gonna see shortly or something. And you have like 6 gajillion mana. No. It's ass. Rocks and Brutes, however, is in every timer. It has basic land cycling on it, so it goes into... I mean, I want to stress, the basic land cyclers can literally go into any deck. It is... All of these have the hidden mode, no matter what colors you're playing, 2 mana, draw a land. Any land. Whatever you want. These are pretty good. And then this effect, I think, is reasonable. I think often when you draw your second card, you are putting this on itself because it's a 5. It turns it into a 5/5 menace. That you put it on your creature with evasion. But the fact that this diversifies is also great because you can put it on your tokens, and then they still have to kill this. Otherwise, you're going to get more incremental value. I still think it's going to be like reasonably hard, especially on turn 5+, to draw your second card. But you could draw them with Kingpin's Enforcers. Wow. The fact that this does nothing when it comes in is a bit sad. But whatever. It's a land cycler. It's going in every time. Decoy Ploy. I'm going to put this in fine. Close to ass, but these effects, the 2 mana pick up 2 things, are usually okay. We saw the Draugrs pick 2 things up to share a type, or same with in ECL. This was like a fine 1/of for 2. But that had the changelings or whatever. Everything is a hero or a villain, so you're guaranteed 1 thing, probably 2 things if you play it correctly. Everything in black is a villain, by the way. I don't know if you've been paying attention. Has there been a hero so far? I don't think so. There are heroes in black, but they are not at common. Maybe some at uncommon, whatever. Yeah, these are all villains, so you need to get your hero from somewhere else, but like, I think this card is way better than this piece of shit. So there's that. But even so, it's fine border on ass, doesn't actually do anything type of deal. Meh. No reason to really look at it much longer. Stolen Stark Tech. I'm going to put you in ass. I'm sorry, brother. I love these effects. I love the Battle Fan from March of the Machine. Again, 2 mana trick that leaves behind a little piece of cardboard for you to sacrifice later. If anything, this is better in like the blue shells with the you turn this into a 4/4 later on, or triggers an artifact fall effect or something like that. But again, the comparison for this is Take of the Shield. Take of the Shield clears this in every conceivable way, and the fact that these fucking sacrifice outlets are so dog shit means that this effect is useless. There's no reason for the cardboard to exist anymore. It's just a one-time thing. Maybe this is better than, maybe the context of the format, this can do a little bit of work, but like, all of the creatures we've seen are so small anyway. What are you going to do? You're going to save your Agents of Hydra? You're going to save your Deathlock Soldier? No, bro. These are... Save your Kingpin's Enforcers. Okay, yes, but like, that's... What are you attacking with this on turn 4? Is that what you're telling me? And then you're going to attack with a 2/3 on turn 4, and then you're going to save it and turn it into a 3/3 lifelink, indestructible. And they don't have like a 2/5. I hate to beat up on that Luke Powerman guy, but whatever. Like, I feel like the situations in which this comes down is nothing, and the fact that it leaves behind the artifact is normally good, and it's not good here. What the fuck was that? Windows, security, virus, and threat protection. Get the hell out of my... We're not editing that out. Visions of Villainy. Hirsch likes this card a lot. I'm gonna put it in fine, man. I mean, two mana, draw two, lose two. It's just Sign in Blood. It's just nice Whisper. I don't know. It's a great card. But if it's 3 mana, it feels really bad. It's often going to be 2 mana, and it's often going to be, and it's always instant speed, which is very nice. But this is the quick study slot, right? Like quick study is just like an okay card. Read the Bones is an okay card. I'm happy to play it. I don't think it's an every timer. Maybe you play the first copy of this often in your Black X decks, maybe heavier black decks, but the one good thing about black is that they're all single pip, so you can just splash them easily. I don't know. Draw two cards? Sure, whatever. I don't feel too strongly about it, but if it's a nice card, it's a nice card. I'll happily take it. The problem is I just don't like you're drawing so much shit. You're drawing so much shit in black. It's garbage. So the card draw is useless unless you pair it with a good color. Hydra Infiltration. We're gonna put this into ass. 4 mana Mind Rot. No, man, no. 3 mana Mind Rot was barely okay, and I say barely. It was pretty good in SOS, but obviously Arcane Omens was way better. Again, it depends on the speed of the format. If this format is faster, this card is worse. The soupy control decks probably don't care about this either. They can just like discard some shit and keep their bombs because you're not actually applying pressure. And then this, this has pseudo haste, but I don't know. I think this card could be okay in specifically White Black Baby, but I just don't care about Mind Rot ever. I just don't care about it. If this clause is good enough, that'd be nice. Everybody underestimated like Revenge of Ravens or whatever in Eldraine, but I don't think this is even like remotely comparable. I don't see how this enchantment sticking around is going to really do much. But if there's not enough incidental life gain in the set, maybe it could do something, mainly for this part of the text. But I don't place too much stock in that one. Widow's Bite, boys, its ass. Look at this card. What are they thinking? 2 mana -2/-2 in black. Okay, we've seen this effect before. This is like a decent enough rate. It needs a little twist on it, right? It needs kicker or something, or it needs to grow with modified creatures that you have or whatever it is. No, this has Teamwork 3. Tap a 3-drop. Give one creature Death Touch. What the fuck are we doing here? This isn't even Blade Brand. This first mode needs to draw a card immediately, and then I would argue it'd be quite good even. Oh my god. You want me to tap a 3-drop to give a creature Death Touch? No, man, no, get out of here. Literal garbage. Don't play it unless you absolutely have to, and even then, don't play it. And then Cruel Alliance, look at this, complete other end of the spectrum. Yes, it's a sorcery. Only Teamwork 2, kill any 3-drop or less, exile, or exile anything. Another exile effect for the Sentry. It's not looking good for that guy the more I'm reading the set, but that's a lot. This is a lot of ways at common to kill that guy. Maybe he is terrible, but I don't know. 5/5 indestructible flyer, vigilance. Surely it's fine. Surely. And then Teamwork 2 to do any creature in 3 life. Yeah, this is amazing. This is premium. Imagine they made this cost 2 black. Holy shit! Thank God they did not do that. And I think this is so good that it's going to be snapped up by like other colors, specifically the soup decks. I think that this will be like this will be a great green black Killmonger kind of big thing, whatever deck that'll do some really nice work. Because this is this doesn't read as an aggressive card, because if you're clearing the way, they play their big 4 mana ETB no protection. This doesn't actually kill it unless you tap an attacker, which means you're not really pressuring. So it's definitely a defensive card, gets you the life, but I think it's phenomenal at what it does every time. Obviously, we can stop talking about it. Hour of Defeat, 4 mana, kill a creature, surveil 1, bro. What is this Vraska's Contempt coded ass? Jaws of the Serpent. I don't know, man. This needed like one way to get discounted. Like if you control a villain, do something, or I don't know. I don't think this is that good. Obviously it's at least fine. I don't think it's an every timer. No, it's an every timer. It's 4 mana unconditional removal, but it leaves a lot to be desired. Let's just say that. All in all, exactly even split. Wow. Okay. I don't hate black, but I honestly I like. I was gonna say I like blue more, but like those uncommons, man. Oof, those were some bad uncommons. I don't know. I'm just so disappointed by the sack package. Maybe it's good enough. Um, Specifically, I think that the Deadeye, the 3 mana 2/3 first sack is free thing might be okay. Red black, but yeah, I am losing confidence in the red black angle, and it might be green black, and then blue red, which and then the white X, which I think it would be completely reasonable as well. And that's where I'm leaning after these commons. Let's go to the uncommons now. Wow, crazy, that was fast. Okay, uncommons. Just looking at whenever I load these all up and then drag them in one by one and just see this huge fucking pile of legendaries, it just makes me so mad. Whiplash, Vengeful Engineer. 1 mana 2/2 enters tapped. When it attacks, if it's equipped, drain X, a number of equipment attached to him. I'm going to say it. It's ass. It'll depend on the 1 mana 2/2 aspect of it, which maybe it's okay. Maybe it's good enough, but stop doing this. I hate this. I don't think this is what Black wants to be doing. I don't really know what Black wants to be doing. My current running theory is this like green-black value-y package, which this does not do. This is like some hidden white-black-gold card, but the equipment sucks, and there's like one good Orzhov equipment maker, like who comes in with the shield and then attaches it to himself, and then that like floats around. But we just saw the black flash equipment is just not good. The white short sword is not good. I don't like this thing. This bottom line of text basically does nothing, so it's a 1 mana 2/2 enters tapped. I don't value these highly ever. Get out of my screen. 2 mana 2/2 when a villain you control enters, free equip. We just talked about the fucking equipment. Whenever equipped creature you control attacks, it connives. Okay. This is I want to say it's an every time just because this is really good upside. Like this is an actual reason to be playing some number of equipment, because free attaches and free card selection is like really great, and it's just a 2 mana 2/2. I think this is an every time, because I fail to see a black base deck that does not want this. But like I said, I think these the equipment stuff is not real. It's really I really do not think it is real, which means it's just a 2 mana 2/2, which means it's just fine. Okay, get out of here. Yellow Jacket though, hui, yes sir. We've seen this type of effect before, right? On the detective, in white in MKM, and that was an excellent uncommon. This is also great. It's an evasive flying lifelinker that grows when you play villains. If you curve out with this, it feels unbeatable. This is an excellent card every time. Phenomenal stuff here. Anim Zola, 3 mana, create a menace creature only if there are 2 or more creatures in your graveyard. Wow, that is slow. I'm going to put this in fine because wow, that is slow. It's artifact creature, who cares? Villain, who cares? 3 mana, instant speed at least, make a 2/1. Yes, this will take over the game eventually. It does need to be answered, but I'm going to put this in fine. It's not like it's not a reason to be black. This is a reason to be black. This is not a reason to be black. This is nice to have if you're in black maybe, and you can connive some stuff away. This feels terrible to like curve into. No, get out of here. Baron Strucker, Hydra Overlord. Your spells cost 1 less. Okay, but it's a 3 mana 2/2. Whenever another villain enters, it connives, but this only happens once each turn. That seems okay to good, but 3 mana 2/2, man. Oof. 3 mana 2/2 is not good. Villain spells specifically. I mean, so this is specifically good. It doesn't connive itself when it comes in. I think this needed to connive itself when it came in. Yeah, this is at best fine. It might be ass. I am. Yeah, we're putting it an ass. I don't like this. This does nothing. No pressure. It's some kind of weird engine-y thing that doesn't actually. It's supposed to make your other villains better, but so what? You can play a 5 mana villain on turn 4. Yes, Madame Mask is good, but like everything's legendary, man. Everything's legendary. What are you supposed to do? Play your legendaries for cheaper that you already have on the board. Whatever, get out of here. Claw, the Sonic Subjugator, enters Thoughtseize 1 plus the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Every time we've seen this type of effect be excellent in, the Thoughtstalker Warlock from Blueburrow. Even if you don't get to choose the card, just 3 mana 2/2, have them discard a card is great. And if you have any sort of upside, and you can, again, these are at their best on turn 3, so the tension is if you play it on turn 3, you're not going to get a card that you want. But even if you like traded one thing and then you get to look at 2 cards and take the best one, that's very nice. This is an every timer. This is a 3 mana 2/2 does nothing. This is a 3 mana 2/2 does a pretty good thing. So it's that simple. That's how thin the line is. Ronin Shadowstalker, 3 mana 3/3. Could be worse. Pay 2 life, 2 mana for equip abilities. Okay. Don't make me say it again. Don't make me say I hate the artifacts again. Tap, sacrifice an equipment attached to Ronin. Free sack outlet. Free sack outlet. Whoa! It's an equipment only. Target creature gets 4/4 until end of turn. -4/-4 until end of turn. Nice! Only as a sorcery. Oh! Find a ass. I literally think it's ass. I think this is a 3 mana 3/3. It does nothing, man. It does nothing. If I put Swordsman Scoundrel into Fine, do I have to put this into Fine? I guess I do. These are low Fine. Do I put these both in Ass? I think I might have to put these both in Ass, bro. Oh. Put them both in Ass, man. The equipment stuff is not real. I'm telling you, the equipment stuff sucks. These are just vanilla. This is a vanilla 1 mana 2 mana 1 mana 2/2, a vanilla 2 mana 2/2, and a vanilla 3 mana 3/3. It's just not here. Get over it. Crossbones, Death Touch. Whenever another villain you control enters, this grows, deals them 2 once each turn. Oh, I think fine at best. It's 3/3 4 mana 3/3 Death Touch. Pretty bad stat line. Needs like an extra point of toughness. But then this guy grows, so he probably attacks as a 4/4. Okay, but he doesn't block as a 4/4, and I feel like, this effect incentivizes you to either be super aggro or super defensive. Like the 2 damage is great when you can like incidentally get it and you're just dirtling and then you ping them and drain them out, or you're pushing damage and like attacking with this, but he doesn't attack that well. I mean, he attacks pretty okay. Is this an every timer? I don't know. Stop this. Maybe it is an every timer. I'm just gonna put him in fine though. He seems just a bit too weak. He doesn't actually the fact that he doesn't impact the board. Whatever. I don't really feel like if my opponent plays this, I'm like, oh, okay. I'm just not gonna care about this. It's not really a must answer. Grim Reaper, when it attacks, pay 4 mana 3/4. Okay. Attacks, pay 4. Return a creature card, tapped and attacking with a finality counter. Very slow. It's fine to ass. I think this might be ass too, but I'm willing to give this a benefit of the doubt if you can like cheat a normal size thing. This is good with the land cyclers, right? Is the joke with this, you cycle away a big dino and then you pay 4 and then you get a dino back with a finality counter on it. Seems pretty good, but outside of that, like just doing this for value and like getting back a 2-drop is just so terrible, of course. So ass even. Yeah, he's just a guy. Again, when this guy resolves, I'm gonna check my opponent's graveyard and I'm gonna say, okay, I don't care about this. Moonstone. Whenever you discard a card, exile it. If you do, you may play it. I think this is an every timer. This card looks pretty innocuous. Again, it's a 4 mana 2/4 stat line. Flyer. Okay, good keyword. This is the rhyme speaker. This is the okay, this is going to start drawing me a lot of cards. As a Neon Dynasty construct network terminal enjoyer, turning any connive into card advantage is great. I praised it with the blue rare, and I'm praising it here. Evasive threat, good at attacking alone, etc. Villain for your villain synergies, and I love this text box. I think this text box is going to be a problem. It'll generate you a lot of stuff. anytime if you go this into our little Madame Mask here, that's a crazy curve. If you go, it has this until the end of your next turn, right? You always have to read these twice to figure out what the timing window for this is, but this is an easy every timer, in my opinion. Madame Mask, another every timer, 5 mana 3/2 ETB Connive, and when you do, you make a 2/1 black creature with menace. Source again. Borrow backup. This is borrow backup again. It doesn't connive on attack again, annoyingly. MH3 moment. But this is a reason to if you get 1 token out of this, which you're guaranteed to do, it's good. If you get 2 tokens out of this, it's crazy. If you get 3 tokens out of this, it's insane. They all have menace. She connives, so she might be like a 4/3, even better. Great, a great like top end thing to fuel your. This will get stuff humming a little bit, and this, the connive stuff will lend credence to the Sanitarium Skeleton artifact, where instead of sacrificing that and it goes to graveyard, you just discard it from your hand and then pay 3 to pick it back up, so that you keep having discard fodder. But even that's so slow, so I don't really rate it too highly. I think you just connive and you're happy with it. The Masters of Evil. 6 mana, 5/6. Other villains are big anthemed. Already, I think this as a baseline is fine. I think this is actually quite a scary top end card for the villain stuff. The problem is the villains suck and are small. This makes them less small. But and again, this doesn't this doesn't fit into this. You notice how the best black cards do not fit into the artifact theme, right? Into the suits theme. Maybe Yellow Jacket, arguably. Everything else, no, it doesn't matter. But this, these cards work well together, and I think Masters of Evil does not belong in this pile, but it suits this pile's plan better. And then, speaking of plan, you can discard it to get any plan. So far, I don't think we've seen too many plans that legitimately matter. I think if you're, in the plan deck, which I think is going to be a real deck, this will be fun, but ultimately, I think you're more happy playing this as a big guy to buff your dudes, and for that reason, you're going into fine. I could see it into every time. Maybe it'll surprise us, but for now, it's it comes down. It's a problem, but it's so slow, so big. Whatever. I'd rather play a big green monster than this. Too Evil to Stay Dead. Teamwork 4. Okay, that's a lot. 3 mana, reanimate a 4 or less, or any creature if you teamwork 4. I want to say ass. I don't lend credence to these reanimate effects. I hate doing this. Why do I keep doing this? You've got your land cyclers, right? Your large boys. Again, if you get a dino out, it's nice, but teamwork 4 is so impossible to do. Like how do you have teamwork 4 on turn 4 with this, maybe because you land cycled and then you played 1 creature on turn 3, so this is like at the earliest turn 5, in which case you just wait 1 more turn, you could play your land cycler normally anyway. I don't know. I think this is ass. I think this is a fun card, and one of those I'm going to get back my important card. Maybe if the certain bombs are super important, this goes up in value, but for the most part, I'm just not impressed with these almost ever. I think we saw something similar in EOE, and it just wasn't this weird conditional reanimation that just didn't do anything. They need to tune the numbers on these types of cards. Robot Domination. Whenever a creature is put into your graveyard from anywhere, draw 1 and lose 1, and then put a plant counter. Okay. And then on the 3rd plant counter, so you only do this 3 times, so it's a draw 3, lose 3. Make 3 colorless tokens. For 4 mana, I am happy to put that in at least fine, if not every time. I think this is an every timer. I think you're very happy to play this, because obviously it works with combat, it works with connive, it works with mill. So I think that this is definitely a slower card, but I think that these cards in general are this type of slower archetype. You kind of go wide and you get this value plan churning, and you're just gonna grind your opponent into the dust, and I think this does that very well. I think if you see this resolve and you have medium at best pressure, and you can get them to maybe 9 life or whatever, and then they're just gonna start taking over the game with this thing, I feel like this is a play pattern that will emerge a lot with a card like this. Dark Deed, every time, 2 mana, -4/-4, unconditional removal. It's not unconditional removal, obviously, but it's pretty close. Obviously, every time, great. This is like a first pickable card for sure. Okay, all in all, the black stuff looks pretty nice standalone. I just don't like this sacrifice package that clearly is trying to exist and is, I feel, not there. I think that this, if anything, so far, I feel like white-black, because white is good in everything, and then like this green-black stuff is going to be nice. And then I'm not too sure about blue-black or red-black. I just I'm very scared for those, but rares are coming up, so stay tuned. Stay tuned. Anybody, are you having fun? Take a sip of water. Stay tuned. All right, here we are now. Entertain us. Black Widow Super Spy, rare, literally mythic rare, but more mean rare hero in the black colors. 2/1 menace. The joke is that it looks like a villain. It's a 2 mana 2/1 with menace. That's a villain stat line, but it's a hero. That's crazy. But yeah, when it deals combat damage to a player, exile top until they get a non-land counter, or if you don't, you may cast it. Pretty much S tier. I don't think this is, you play this on turn 2, it's a huge problem. It's like a crazy Ragavan or whatever. Yes, this is absolutely a reason to play black. Menace, of course, makes it impossible to block. Very, 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 very powerful. Baron Helmut Zero. Whenever you cast a black spell, connive, boast, exile any number of black cards from your graveyard with 15 mana symbols, black mana symbols among them. Copy them and you can cast 3 of them. Triple black, 3/3. I don't get the joke with this one. Do they really think mono black is going to be a thing? This isn't even like as good as the other triple black stuff we've seen in the past with like the Lochthwain, Arya Lochthwain, whatever her name was. What is this thing? Ass, bro. Ass. 3 black? In this economy? Get out of here. Black sucks. Electra, Daughter of the Hand. 4 mana 3/3. Looks like it should have flying, but it doesn't. Sneak for 3, so 3 mana 3/3 if you ninjutsu something. ETB destroy a 3 or less. I think this is an every time. I don't know how relevant the sneak is going to be, mainly because I didn't play with sneak in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, because I don't hate myself. I don't think there's too many insane ETBs that we saw. I mean, it's it's nice if you get your Madame Mask or whatever, and then you get an extra connive and a 2/1 or whatever, but I don't know. Maybe if you can do a non-black creature, but this costs 2 black in both the sneak and the main cost, so that's pretty tough. But 4 mana 3/3 ETB kill a thing is going to be good enough that you run this every time in every single black deck, and it is a draw to black, I think. So we're going to put it into here. Super Skrull. This is a obviously a mono black rainbow style card. There are a few of these. We saw the Bruce Banner was kind of the rainbow of the blue cards, and Nick Fury was the rainbow of the white cards. Triple black is so impossible. But this is a great stat line, and a 4 mana 4/5 flyer is like we just saw in blue. I'm very happy to play that. Triple black, man. Wow, triple black. I'm going to put this into fine for this alone, but like this in your Baron Helmet Zero deck, I don't know. I don't think the mono black deck is necessarily going to get there. And then the joke is that these are like the Fantastic Four abilities, kind of create an 0/4, get big, deal 4 to a creature only for 5 mana, draw 4 cards. At best, I think this is like a blue-black card, right? Then it's a huge threat with great card advantage. I don't want this in white-black. I don't want this in green-black. I don't want this in red-black because the mana costs are just too prohibitive, and blue-black is the place where you can maybe do this. I'm going to put it in fine, but I am hesitant to believe that this will work, but that's a nice stat line. MODOK, flyer, 2 mana 2/2 flying lifelink, and connives for 3 life, but only during your turn, and your opponent's creatures get -1/-1. I don't know about this one. They say it's a mythic, and it's a repeatable connive, so it triggers your draw a second card each turn stuff. 3 life? 3 life is a lot, man. It's got flying and lifelink, but like this guy is so small, and he's 5 mana, and he's an artifact creature. Fine at best. I don't think this is like an actual reason to go black. It's just he's too small. What are you gonna do? Pay 9 life, draw 3 cards, discard 3 cards, put like maybe 2 counters on this guy, and then attack for 4 life link? No, no. The shrinking creatures, I think, is going to be pretty relevant because like we talked about, I do think creatures are fairly small this set. I mean, look at how fucking small everything is here, bro. This is why I think the Super Skull is so huge. It's a 4/5, but like where's the home for this? Mono black again? White black? Blue black? Not blue black. Blue black is you're going to be dying. You're going to be taking a shitload of damage from creatures that your opponent's curving out with, and you're going to be scrabbling to get off the back foot. I don't know. I don't know what color pair actually wants this, and I don't like it. Doctor Doom, S tier, Witches of whatever, Barrowmore, Alchemy card, garbage. 6 mana for 3/3/3s is we've seen this be insane every time. Gruff triplets, whatever, and this draws a card and loses a life every turn. Crazy, crazy, crazy. And of course, this indestructible clause is crazy as well, because you can just, even if they kill both of your Doombots somehow, you still have indestructible if you've got a plan, which is funny. That didn't need to be there, but it is. Yeah, this is obviously insane. A reason to go black for sure, and reasonably splashable at 6 mana too. Yeah, play this every time. Doctor Doom reigns supreme, 2 mana. Whenever a villain you control enters, drain your opponent for 1, gets a plan. When you do this 5 times, sacrifice it, rip 5 cards, and cast 2 spells for free. I'm going to say this is at best fine. I think this is actually probably worse than the white uncommon one, because if you play this on 2, you're giving up your 2-drop, right? I think you can play you can play a plan on 1 very freely. There are a couple of 1-drops in white, but then you can go your usual 2, 3, 4 hero curve, and then on the 5th on turn 5, you play your 4th hero, get the counters and everything. That's reasonable. It cycles itself. This is like 2 mana at payoff. 2 mana, drain 5, take 2 cards from your opponent for free, which sounds great, but it's so slow. This does count the villain tokens, right? Which is great, obviously. And so that's a way to maybe accelerate this a little bit. I'm going to put this in fine. I don't think it's like crazy. I think you run this in your black villain focus deck, but like, I don't know. Again, I don't really know what that color combo specifically is. Probably blue black again. This is like the place that I can the only place that I can think about it in my current headspace. But construct a cosmic cube, another plan. Whenever you draw your 2nd card each turn, create a villain. Hey, works great with Doctor Doom reigns supreme. This doesn't draw a card on its own though, so it's 3 mana, do fucking nothing. But this is a great engine. Doesn't make it tapped, which is very nice. You will get the tempo that you lost from this back relatively quickly, and then seventh plan, sacrifice it, and gain control of your opponent. That's like a crazy card, and I think is probably gonna happen. I think this is an every timer. I think this is a reason to build around this, like 7 2-1s over the course of the game. That's going to win you a game for sure. 7 2-1 menaces. Yeah, I'm in for this. I think this is going to be relatively easy to do, and this is also another reason to do the Night's Whisper, because you can instant speed, draw 2 on your opponent's turn, accelerate this a little bit. Yeah, this is a nice one. Thunderbolt's Conspiracy. There's this weird. We had a similar like Masquerade one rare in MKM. This reminds me of this. Flash, save 1 guy that then comes back as a hero. Flavor. This is a flavor card. I'm gonna put it in ass. This is like Undying Stamina or whatever. This is No Rest for the Wicked. This is Fake Your Own Death, etc. most of the time. But it works for all your villains. But I'm happy with some of these cards because there are so many villain tokens. And then if your opponent sees this, they'll play differently, right? You can get them 1 time with this. 4 mana is so much. It doesn't push damage, doesn't do anything. I'm not looking to play this card. I'll play it if I need to. If I have some crazy villain that I need to keep reanimating, like Like what? These are all the crazy villains. I don't know. I'm not about this. All in all, black rares. I think the black rares might be some of the strongest in the set. Like Doctor Doom and Black Widow alone are insane, and I'm very happy with Cosmic Cube as well. But the supporting color needs to be pretty solid, and I'm thinking it needs to be green right now, like we talked about. But speaking of green, that's not next because we're doing red next because we're doing a Wooburg order. Are you stupid? Okay, be right back. Be right back. Boys, I have a problem, and the problem is that I kind of like Red's commons. Let's go through them, shall we? Stark Industries Executive, 1 mana, 1/2 tap, create a treasure token. I am an apologist for these effects. You, as an intelligent human being who has seen cards before and has an iota of pattern recognition, recognize that this is just a Floodhound. This is probably pretty close to unplayable. I'm going to put this in ass. I love dirtling with these effects. I love, like, spit out an artifact and sack it and do a bunch of stuff. Again, the sack outlets are 3 mana. It's 3 mana. What are we doing? Are you going to play this on 1 activated on 2? I hope not. No, it's bad. Everything else, though, kind of nice. How about this Hydra Assault Robot, huh? This is an every timer. I love these pingers, right? The 2 mana 1/3 deal you damage over the course of the game. Your Thunderdrum Soloist, your Fire Breather, or whatever. This is a great stat line. It's very defensive, and the pings, again, they feed into this strategy of eventually whittling you down. And villain or artifact, so it goes into like kind of everything. Yeah, I love this thing. It itself is an artifact, of course. If you get 2 of these out, very nice. Yeah, I really like this card, and I think that you can do a lot of work, specifically in red black or red blue. I'm gonna be playing them. Kunlun Warrior, I think it's another every timer. This is a payoff for the junk that you're leaving around, treasure tokens that are not made with this thing. Like if this can be a 2 mana 2/2 draw card, pretty happy. In the late game, it's always like a redraw because you're just gonna pitch a land. But oftentimes this can be like a 2 mana 2/2 draw card if you have some shitter to discard, like the reanimating skeleton bot, or you played the skeleton bot on turn 1 and then you sack it, or whatever, or you have whatever a food token lying around or something, right? Specifically, it has to be artifact, which makes it a little worse. Like I initially was very high on this until I realized you couldn't sack creatures, but I still think it does get there because Fail Case is just a 2 mana 2/2 that discard a card, draw a card. I think this is a high floor, high ceiling. So I like it. Hire a Crew. This is a creature, obviously, in case anyone was worried. 3 mana 2/1 flash. Anthem your board. So weird. So weird. Obviously a defensive card because like it does nothing on attacks, right? I tried to gauge how the group felt with this. Hirsch and Jake, I don't think we're too impressed by it. It's tricky, I guess, but what red decks want to be defensive? I guess I can talk about the problem that I have with red, in that I like these commons, but I feel like they don't pair well with the other best aggressive player, which is obviously white. I feel like these are great in like I can see the vision for the blue red and the black red. I don't know what the white red is necessarily going to look like. And the green red, I also can't see. I don't think. I think green is just going to be like these soupy decks for the most part, but maybe it'll work. I don't know. But yeah, 3 mana 2/1 flash. That is a 3/1 flash on the turn you play it. I don't know. I think this is at best fine, bordering on ass. I don't really like this thing. I don't know what the buff does aside from making your creatures bigger. I think it might be ass. I think this actually sucks. I'm not excited by this. I don't want to play it. Like it's a 3 mana. If you don't use the +1/+0 for everything, it's a 3 mana 2/1 flash. 2/1 menace with flash. That's bad. That's a bad card. And like it doesn't matter when you're attacking with everything. It's not actually like a buff. They don't do it. You don't like draw cards when your creatures die or scry when your creatures die or anything. Yeah, it's ass. I don't like it. Machinesmith Automaton, 3 mana 2/2 trample. Artifact enters counter on this creature. This is at best fine. So slow. Again, the best artifact is this guy who you played the turn before this. So it doesn't, he doesn't see himself. These can be a little scary in multiples, but yes, the trample is cool, but you really need to have this artifact density again. 7, 8, 9. I'm not making the same. I want to make the same joke again because it's been a day for me, but it's been like 15 minutes for you. Yeah, I don't know. It's just okay at best. I think we saw the pangolin, right, from EOE. This is not that. I think this is worse, but you don't have to pay for it at least. So I don't know. This could be okay, but trample is big on this for sure. I think you're going to play it in this kind of artifacty shell, of course, but it just doesn't go into every red deck. It's a bit conditional. You'll probably get these late in a draft. Again, we're talking about sealed, whatever. Okay. Volcanic Villain, 3 mana, 3/2 haste. What? Do I have to put this in fine? I want to put this in ass, man. I guess it's fine, but... And then 6 mana, 5/4 haste. These things suck, bro. This is just Dominaria, original Dominaria, not even Dominaria United. Can I put this in ass, please? Okay, I will. I hate this. What is this? Breakneck Berserker? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Crimson Operative, here we go. Every time. 4 mana, 3/2 prowess, ETB, draw a card. Yes, yes. This is the baseline. This is a crazy card, by the way. This is, again, very sad that this is a Marvel card because I can put it in my cube, etc. Wow, I love this thing. Are you kidding me? This looks very strong to me. This reads incredibly. Yes, it's the impulse draw is always a little bit sus because it's telegraphed. But like if you ever hit a land, you feel great. If you ever hit like a cheap spell, you feel great. Prowess makes this like tricky. It's sized tricky enough that prowess is real on this thing. Yeah, I love it. I love it every time. Same thing with the Kree Sentinel. It's got basic land cycling. We've already talked about it, but the buyout mode of a 5 mana 5/5 reach, perfect for what red is trying to do. This will often be the biggest thing on the board. Look at these fucking traffic lights. Yeah. I think this is again great for all the same reasons. It's no Boro backup, but it gets the job done. Hawkeye's Bow. This one's a tricky one. I am not like a pinger enjoyer, but I did like Tormentor's Helm. But Tormentor's Helm was like really good. If anybody remembers Kaldheim with the +1/+1, this gets reach instead of the toughness, which I think is a big downside. I think the +1/+1 would be really good. And then becoming tapped, dealing 1 to each opponent, is fun with your tap synergies where you can improvise or whatever. But like if you're improvising by tapping the bow, not necessarily the creature, and the creature needs to be an artifact creature to improvise at all or whatever. This is basically when it attacks, deal 1 to each opponent, which I think can, again, the ping plan is here, but this is usually going to be -1 card. I'm tentatively going to put this in ass, which is crazy because I think I thought I was looking at the red cards and I liked them, but then I realized that there are just a lot of every times and a lot of asses. But I do think Super Speed is actually quite good. I'm going to put this in fine. The Sure Strike variant, the Fury, Unexpected Fury Strike, whatever it's called, the 1 mana first strike trick. I generally don't like these effects, even the ones that like Scry or whatever, but I think this one, sticking around and also having a buyout mode of like this, I mean, it's not even Hammer Hand, but it is good enough here in this format that I think this will matter. The 1 mana is like pretty big on this. And again, everything is small enough that the first strike thing, everything is so small and so similarly sized that I think this card can do work. It's going to make combat tough, of course, but yeah, I like this. I like this. Weird case where you play this and then haste something out, but the first strike is where it's at. I think this can do okay in this format. Blazing Crescendo, we've seen this card in March of the Machine. It was not in March of the Machine, in the Phyrexian all we won. I don't remember it being that good. I'm going to put it in fine again. But one toughness on that buff is just not, again, the usual comparison is like the whatever it's called, the run through +3/+3 trample or whatever on an attacking creature that Hirsch loves so much. This is definitely not that. The draw card is nice, but it's kind of prowessy angle again. Maybe this is supposed to be a red-white card or whatever, but I don't know. I'm not too fond of it. Again, the main problem is that it doesn't let your creature survive the combat. So why bother? Vision of Love. Yeah, I think you play the first one of this every time. I'm overvaluing this. It's fine. Okay, fine. I want it to be good, and I think it is good. Sacrifice an artifact or discard to draw 2. I'm a Deadly Dispute lover, of course. I'm a lover, not a fighter. But no treasure is big, and I think this is primarily supposed to be a Rakdos card. You need to be in like black-red or using the maybe blue or black, red, blue, red, like I said, as usual, where you have like the shitters lying around to turn it into a real card. But like, it's tough to put a card draw spell into every time unless it's really broken. So this is just fine. I'm happy to play this. I can utilize these effects well. I don't think this is like anything too special. Hulk Smash I do think is pretty good. It says non-creature artifact is the problem. Oh, never mind. This is fine, yeah. Instant, which is cool. Teamwork 4 is crazy. We're not Teamwork 4ing on a 2-drop removal spell. But Bite something in red at instant speed, it's not unique, but we've seen it a couple of times, I guess. I don't know. Could be okay, but weak to the blowout stuff, similar to the green. Maybe it'll just take a little bit of getting used to for the play pattern stuff, and you can do some funky tricks, but meh. Just fine. Just a fine removal. Lightning Strike, yes, every time. Lightning Strike. It's Lightning Strike. It's Bolt, but for 1 more mana. I think Lightning Strike is going to kill pretty much everything of relevance in the format before turn 4. Yeah, you're just always happy to fire this off at something, and of course going face after the ping is just pure upside. I think Shock would be incredible in this format if it was here. We don't have it. We have Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike is going to be pretty good too. Repulsor Blast. I want to put this in every time. I'm sorry. I know you guys hate the 4-mana deal X removal spells. Oh, this is sorcery, huh? Okay, never mind. This is fine. I thought this was an instant, in which case I was like, oh, that's nice. Sorcery is really bad. But 2 damage to the controller is cool. Teamwork 2 is pretty cheap, but again, because this is sorcery, you're supposed to kill a creature and then attack with the creatures, but you can't attack with the creature that you use Teamwork 2, so it's... I mean, you get the drill, right? The only reason you would ever Teamwork this is if your opponent... If you don't have good attacks after you remove their guy, in which case, why did you remove their guy? You don't have good attacks. Yeah, I don't know. I like this a lot less. I thought this was an instant. Okay. I don't know why I liked red so much. I think it was literally repulsive. I think if it was like this, I would be very happy. Like if these were here, but they're not. Instead, this is here, and this is here. So maybe red isn't that great. But I think this is, again, this lends credence to this red-blue and red-black type of strategies. Primarily red in both instances, I think. Except for red-blue can be even, but primarily red, parentheses, black. Let's take a look at the uncommons and see where they go. Mamma mia, here we go again. My. How can I resist ya? I don't know. I don't know what to say. When I'm dragging these cards in, I feel like I like the color, but then, I don't know, I guess I'm going to change my mind when we actually look at them. 2 mana, 2/1. When you cast the next instant or sorcery with mana value less than or equal to its power, so a 2-drop or less, copy it for 1 mana. but it's not copy it on the stack. It's copy it preemptively. Copy a lightning strike. Yeah, we get it, and then power up for 5, so it's a 5 mana. This is too weird. This is too weird. There's too much going on that's not enough payoff. Fine at best, probably ass, but buyout of like 2 mana 2/1, whatever. Misty Knight Hero for Hire. Here we go. Every time for sure. 2 mana 3/1, excellent. And then this effect I think is really good. You do need the discard, so you can't just like activate this on empty hand. But even just doing this after a single connive, yeah, pretty great. The main problem is that you can't really activate this on the cheap, right? 2 mana is a lot. And there are very few ways to connive for free in the format. We just saw this MODOK rare. We're not counting that. So really what's going to happen is like you're going to play this, and then eventually on like turn 6 you'll play 4-drop that connives, and then discard another card to draw 2. And that's going to be pretty sick because your 3/1 at that point probably doesn't attack too well. But if this like gets in once, twice, and then trades as a 3/1, nice. Or if it gets in like once and then draws you a card later on, very happy with that as well, and then trades eventually. This is an every timer. Pretty happy with it. And look at those legs. Mamma mia. Okay. Speed, Young Avenger. I also think this is an every timer. Fat Ginger Brute, right? 2 mana 2/2 haste. Whenever you prowess, pay 1. Haster can't be blocked except by creatures with haste. Pretty weird, but I think it's doing what red wants to be doing, which is hitting you in the face. Hero is annoying because I think the red villain stuff is really where you want to be, even like I talked about with the robots, but I don't know what other hasters there are in the format, really. I didn't really look at it, but every time is probably a bit ambitious for this. This is just fine. This is not really that much better than Loki Law Face on. The unblockable stuff is funny, and but like you can't even. I keep thinking about this 1 3 mana 2/2. We'll get there. I promise we'll get there. But that thing doesn't even have haste, so it doesn't even work with this. I like this at first read, but when you actually think about like what it's doing, you Stone Rain yourself to give this unblockable. Whatever. Fine. That's fine. Let me tell you what that is. That's fine. Human Torch, Johnny Storm. Literally John Torch. 3 mana 2/2 flyer. Whenever you draw a card, if you control another hero, ping your opponent. Okay, I mean that's pretty easy to enable, but this is like what, 1 damage a turn usually, and then power up for 7. For 3 counters, it's a 5/5. Doesn't have haste for some reason. This thing needs haste. Fine at best. Might be ass, bro. I think it's actually ass. I don't ever want to play this. It's a 3 mana 2/2 that maybe pings your opponent once, assuming you played a 2-drop hero, which is honestly a tall enough ask that I don't want to think about it. Yeah, this sucks. Iron Fist Living Weapon, 3 mana 2/3. Whenever you cast a spell that targets as a heroic, he can deal 2 damage to something. I think this is okay. The upside is great. Where's whatever? Okay, where's Suits? Blaze Crescendo. And the fact that this is modular, so you can like do this at any time, right? You can let the spell fully resolve. He'll gain the ability. It's until end of turn. It's instant speed. I think this is a pretty tricky card. I am going to put this in at least fine. Can I put this in every time justifiably? I don't think so. 3 mana 2/3 on curve is just not where you want to be, and then you have to like again not curve out to get this ability. But I do think the ability is nice. It is good. Works well with +1/+1 or +1/+0 haste, first strike, combat trick, and whatever. Right? There's a lot of stuff that you can do with this, and it's any target, which is pretty big. It might end up going into every time. I'm not sure, but I think at minimum it's going to be fine. JJ Private Eye, another 3 mana 2/3. Here we go. Tap and stuns herself to exile probably 2 cards. You may play them this turn. Similar to Iron Fists, where it scales off power. I think this is just better than Iron Fists. Like the floor for this is next turn, draw 2 cards. She can also block, right? There's no hoop you have to jump through. She can just end step, sit around, block trade, play this on 3, block trade on 4, on the way out, exile this, draw 2 cards. Yeah, this seems pretty great. And then it only becomes better if she's suited up, but you're probably not going to suit her up because she's a lightning rod for removal anyway. So I'm happy. I think you're happy to play this. Hawkeye Young Avenger, tough to evaluate. 4 mana, 2/4. Rhyme speaker, anyone? Reach. If a source you control would deal non-combat damage, it deals that much plus X, where X is her power. That is a lot. X plus 2 on non-combat damage. Again, I'm thinking of the robot villain. The problem is this is a hero, so it doesn't trigger your robot pings. Combos with Iron Fist. Very funny, but and it's permanent opponent controls too, right? So your lightning strike becomes 5 damage. I think this could be an every timer tentatively. It probably isn't. It's probably fine. I think you need to be heavy red for this to work. But I think there is something here for this. I think this, spell damage plus 2. Yeah, on a 2/4. If the body was just a tad bigger, I think this would be really good. 2/4, I think it just barely doesn't hit the bar. But I certainly don't think I'm playing this every time. But I'm willing to be proven wrong. Wonder Man, Wonder Bread, 5 mana, 4/4 flyer. We already know that I don't really like Sarah Angels. Your power-ups can be activated again. Completely meaningless. 7 mana power-up. The power-up mechanic sucks, by the way. It fucking sucks, dude. It fucking sucks. It's just exhaust, which I already hated, because adapt clears exhaust every time, because you can readapt if you take the counters off. There's no flavor here. But now they're saying you can only power up once unless you have Wonder Man, in which case you can power up twice. But who's powering up twice? How are you going to track that on paper? Because it's already got the counters. So you're like, oh, okay, it's powered up. No, I put the counters on it from this thing, from this take of the shield. Oh, well, the fucking whatever. Okay, tangent over. I think this guy sucks. I think he sucks. He's ass. He's just like mid-sized flyer that doesn't do anything. It's like way worse than like Fear of Falling or something from Duskmourn or whatever, another 5 mana 4/4 flyer. The power-up doesn't even do anything, dude. It doesn't even do anything. 5 mana 4/4, 7 mana 6/6 that can grow itself again later. When are you gonna have enough mana for this? Ever, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Red Hulk. Okay, here we go. This is an every timer. This thing is terrifying. What the hell? 6 mana, 6/7 reach trample. I'm not in front of the camera. 6/7. Whenever it's dealt damage, he gets a counter, assuming he survives, and then deals damage equal to the number of counters to any target. Oh my god. Works great with this thing, by the way. This is like a 2-card combo. You seeing this? Holy shit. This is like... This is win the game stuff at Uncommon. But yeah, this thing's like impossible to block, impossible to chump. It's already got trample, so you don't want to chump it. It's huge. It's got reach. I think this is very comparable to like that. Again, the EOE. There's a lot of different sets going on. There's some Capenna in here. There's some Dominaria Knight in here. There's some EOE in here. This is that big 6-drop EOE reach creature that like. I mean, that one got more card advantage, but this one is somehow both offensively and defensively slanted. It's like it's just so huge. It's so huge. Yeah, I think this card is great. Villain, by the way. Every time for me. Death to our enemies. Death to our enemies. I talked about this card a little bit with Jake and Hirsch. I think this is a real card. I don't think I can justifiably put it every time because it's a build around. Maybe that means it's ass. And in fact, I will put it in ass with an asterisk because this type of card I think is quite good. I think we saw something similar in Capenna. There was like a 3-mana hideaway card that let you do this with like whenever you cast a non-creature, you like make treasures. Tapped treasure is tough. It's annoying. But it'll get you 4 treasures and then deal 7 to any number of targets. And then I think there's a way to pick this back up, like non-creatures. Or something. I don't know. I think the other plan gets back into sorcery, so maybe it's not that. But I think this is a real plan, if you will. And like this is the reason to go into the plan deck more than anything, because it fixes you for your other plans, and then you can stabilize with 7 damage to any target, divided among you choose. Among 2 targets, that's gonna like kill 2 things or just dome them for 7. It's like it's removal, it's a win con, it's an enabler, it's a payoff. It kind of does everything that the deck wants to be doing. So if the plan deck is good, this is going to be great in it. And I think the plan deck is going to be good. I'll say it. You know, content creators love to say shit like, "Oh, if it's good, I'll hedge my bets here." I'm going to say it. I think this card will be good, despite me putting it in ass. I just think it needs some work, and I think this is going to be real. Hex Magic. Exile all the cards from your hand, then draw that many. Until the end of turn, you may play the cards exiled this way. At best, it's fine. It might be ass, boys. It might be ass, but when are you casting this? 2 minutes. So you start with 7 cards. Land go. Bang up to 7. Land 2 drop to 6. Back up to 7. To 6 to 5. Back up to 6, land 3 drop to 4, untap, land back to 4, 2 drop to 3, cast this, discard your hand, draw 3, and play the cards that you exiled, one of which is a land, one of which is a spell, one of which you can't cast. Seems fine. Seems fine at best. You play this when you have like 1-2 cards in hand, get some refuel, but sorcery, 3 mana, very awkward. I think this is just like worse than the Villain Draw 2, and I don't think the Villain Draw 2 is that great, so I'm just going to put it at fine. But very fun card, interesting to think about. I don't think it's going to be that good, but hey, kind of sick from. Oh no, it's exile the cards from your hand. It doesn't even work with Misty Knight, bro. Does it draw the cards though? Yes, it does draw the cards, so it triggers your draw 2 or whatever. But meh. Not too excited about it. Photon Blast Barrage, this is an every timer, I think. Even though it can't go face, like we just talked about this with Red Hulk, but like this plus Red Hulk is obviously crazy. The fact that it copies is like really annoying. It's not easily countered or interacted with. There are a few cards in the set that like care about this enrage mechanic of whenever it's dealt damage, but whatever. It's just a fireball, right? It's if X is 0, you still do one thing. You still do 1 damage for 2 mana. For 3 mana, it's 2 damage. 4 mana, it's 3 damage. It scales. It's just a fireball, but completely modular at all times, but only for creatures. So I think you untap and then just like tap out on turn 6 for this, and push the rest of your creatures through. You're going to be very happy. You don't cast the copy, so it doesn't trigger additional copies of prowess, but yeah, I think this is just an every timer. It's plain and simple. Team Fight Tactics, my beloved. TFT. 2 mana, Teamwork 1. That's a good amount to pay a Teamwork. 2 mana Double Strike, also trample if you Teamwork. How good is Temur Battle Rage? I think fine. I think the cards in the format are just a bit small. I mean, look at this. Everything is a 2/3 or a 2/4. We have this nice 3/1 up here, but what are we buffing? Red Hulk already has trample. We don't care about the trample. Double Strike is nice, but I mean, how much are you? What was the? We gotta go with Dominaria United again. There was like the copy a spell or creature gains Double Strike. Meh. Fine at best. Might be ass, to be honest. But I'm willing to give it a shot for the prowess stuff. What is happening with my glasses here? Okay, yeah, sure. I'm lying. It's ass. This is a cheese card. This actually does nothing. I hate this card. I think this is worse than the +1/+0 for strike trick. It's like a weird finisher that it's too cute. 2 mana. Never mind. Get it out of here. I don't want to see it. Evil's Throw. This is an every timer, I'm tentatively going to say. Yoink a creature. If you control a villain with greater mana value, yoink it for a whole turn cycle and guaranteed untap Gates Haste. No, it's not, man. It's not, because the sack outlets suck. It's not an every time. Oh. Um, I mean, I do think active treasons have kind of slowly gotten better over time as cards have gotten better and as games of Magic have gotten swingier. The ability to like just yoink one guy and then swing out with a team is like surprisingly good. Like we've seen it like Ariet's Tempting Apple or whatever. I think that was a pretty good card in Eldraine, just because it like clears the way, gives you a crazy nice attacker, and then there was another one, the one that steals it and gives it a menace roll or whatever. I think yoinks are great, and I think they are uncommon power level now. I think I love a common act of treason, but the the sizing of creatures has increased, even though the creatures are pretty small in this format specifically, and the pace of play is a lot bigger. I think this type of effect is more powerful than it's ever been before. That being said, it's still fine because if you're not winning the game with this card, it's not that great. But it is great. Truck toss. I love tacos. I love tacos. Tacos. Fill up on tacos. 4 mana, deal 4 to any target. Yes. 2 mana, deal 4 to any target. Yes. Needs a vehicle. There aren't too many vehicles. How many vehicles are there? Like 6? Alright, Scryfall, where are you? T vehicle. Oh my god, there's fucking 3? There's 3 vehicles. Wait, what? Are we serious? 3 vehicles? 1 common premium, by the way, but we'll get there. 1 uncommon. I'd say this is also premium. I think this does not... Crew 6, bro. What the fuck? Crew 6. Jesus. It's not that premium. Do you play this in any deck? I don't think you do. Anyway, we're getting off topic here. Yikes. I really like the Quinjet, to be fair, but I think that belongs in these multicolor piles, not in the red piles necessarily. So this will like just be cannibalized by these multicolor things. But 4 mana, deal 4 to any target is still probably good enough. Okay. It's tough to not put this in every time, but you're not getting this discount almost ever. Okay, yeah. Again, another day, another thing. Too many things that are fine that I thought were going to be better. Hawkeye is the one I'm most interested in. I think this card has the potential to be quite good. Hawkeye great with Photon Blast Barrage too, by the way. Each Photon Blast does 3 damage. Could be good. Could be good. I'm putting it in fine, but could definitely be good. Rare time. Wahoo! Am I reading this right? There's only 7 red rares in the format? In total? Wow. Okay, let's do them. Quicksilver, Brash Blur. If Quicksilver is in your opening hand, you may begin with him on the battlefield. Listen, buddy, this ain't Hearthstone. We don't give a shit about patches around here. 1 mana, 1/1 hastes. Who cares? Who cares? 5 mana power up, a counter, and a double strike. That also sucks. 5 mana, 2/2 haste, double strike. I'll say it. It's ass. Ass. Who cares about it's the ley line? Maybe some broken shit happens in Constructed or whatever. Limited? No thank you. Hawkeye, Master Marksman. Every time. Have you read this card? Oh my god, first strike reach 2/2. They love giving their archers first strike and reach or whatever. Whenever it becomes tapped, for any reason, could be for attacking, probably is going to be for attacking, but could be for something else, just saying, pay 1 up to 3 times. Shame that you have to pay the 1, but all of these modes are great. Creature can't block, phenomenal. 2 damage to a player, phenomenal. Discard a card, then draw a card. Works on empty-handed. Yeah. Woo. I will be happy to first pick this and do some aggressive red-white hero thing. Which I mentioned I'm not too sold on red-white, really, but this card is nice. Scarlet Witch, another fucking 3 mana 2/3. Your instant sorcerers with mana value 4 or greater cost X less, cost 2 less. Maybe more if you suit her up. Fucking okay. You get your fill up on tacos without the vehicle. Nice. This doesn't do anything. I'm gonna say it's fine. I'm gonna say it's ass. I don't actively want to play this in my deck. I don't. It's great with the Photon Blast. Again, everything's good with Photon Blast. I think the Photon Blast is a great card, but who cares about this, man? What even was there? Hex magic? Sure. Okay. No, I don't. I do not like. I do not like. 2 less to cast is very powerful, but the spells are just not. I don't think there's a spell deck, and even if there is, they just like kill this and then you cry about it. Fin Fang Foom, 4 mana, 3/5 flyer. On Magecraft, that targets one thing. An artifact or land only. Bro. Doesn't even... It doesn't even work on creatures? Really? It's only artifact or land? And then you copy it and you do it again? Who cares? Who cares? Whatever. 4 mana, 3/5 flyer. Fine at best. 2 red for this? Maybe you get lucky and you fire a removal at your opponent's artifact creature and then you can copy it and fire at something else. And then, like, if you get 1 activation, I'll say this card is pretty good. But artifact or land only? What if they're like blue-white kill you and then you don't have any targets for this? It's just a guy. Whatever. Thor, God of Thunder, 5 mana, 5/5 flyer. Better than a Sarah Angel. Just gonna say it. When it enters, exile something, a non-creature from your graveyard. Until end of turn, you may play that card. Oh no, it's not a non-creature. It doesn't hit enchantments. Shut up. That does suck that it doesn't hit plans though. That's very annoying. I guess because Thor doesn't plan because he's a meathead or whatever. And then whenever you cast a non-creature spell, equal that spell's mana value to any target. Yes, obviously this is a bomb every time. This thing's crazy. Of course, if you untap with it, you basically win the game. ETB draw a card, 5 mana, 5/5 flyer. What more needs to be said? Mjolnir, the Hammer of Thor, 4 mana, deal 4 to anything. Target creature. Okay, fine. Equip worthy 1. A creature is worthy if it's legendary, non-villain, red, and or white. Okay, they really needed to find a way to get Captain America to fucking hold this hammer. Does not equip normally, and then 3 mana buyout mode of 2 to each creature. It's another every timer. The Fiery Cannonade is not a crazy card, but Fiery Cannonade or deal 4 to a creature and leaves behind something that makes any creature, assuming you have some random hero to equip it to, an insane threat that deals double damage. Yeah, this is a reason to be red, and will go in every red deck that you play, and it's also very splashable. Nice. Avengers Disassembled, Brotherhood's End, or Destroy Target Land. Oh, you combo this with Fin Fang Foom. Oh, no, they search for a basic anyway, so who fucking cares? They always... Print Stone Rain, you fucking cowards. Print Stone Rain, in Standard. I want to see it. I want everybody to lose their minds. 2 red, as usual with these 3 damage to everything effects. I think this is actually going to be an every timer. I think this is a real plan. The problem is I don't like it in red. As usual, I like my red decks to be fast, to be furious, to be aggressive, to be Hawkeye, right? But unfortunately, this card beats the shit out of Hawkeye. I hate temporary lockdown effects. I hate wraths. I just don't find them interesting or enjoyable conceptually. But like, yeah, it'll just get you a 2 for 1, a 3 for 1. And creatures are so small in this format that it'll basically wipe every 3-drop or lower. And I think a lot of the 3-drops are lower where it's at because I hate so many of the 4 mana cards because they have these fat asses that do nothing, but the fat asses dodge Avengers Disassembled. So there you go. At least a little bit of upside. Damn, there are only 7 fucking rares? It can't be right. 20 cards where the set is MSH and the color is red, rarity greater than or equal to R. Everything else is multicolor or one of these stupid-ass flip cards. Okay. Into green we go. Alright, we're fresh. We're back at it. Continuity. Nobody look at my shirt. Okay, here we go. Green time. Serpent Specialist. 1 mana, 1/1 Death Touch. Okay, I've not hated these cards in the past. Power up for 4. Put 2 counters on the creature. Honestly, I don't like this card at all. But a 1 mana, 1/1 that's a 4 mana, 3/3 with Death Touch. We're putting it in fine. I'm sorry, it is fine. I don't really care for this effect, and I think it'll just die to a lot of things. I'm again thinking of that red uncommon. It's been whatever, another day, and I think it's a great, the Photon Blast, but whatever. 1 mana, 1/1 Death Touch. Could be a lot worse. It's certainly better than a 3 mana, 2/2 Death Touch, am I right? Gorilla, 2 mana, 2/2, reach, sack, destroy, artifact, or enchantment, activate only as a sorcery. Why is it only as a sorcery? What the fuck? So this is the Devoted Acolyte from last set, but it doesn't cost any mana, but it doesn't have lifelink, it has reach. At best, fine. I'm very leaning towards ass, but I think if... I don't know how often you want to like blow up some equipment for your opponent. Worst case, it's 2 mana, 2/2 hero, so you can't like... I don't think it can... I don't think it can be ass, but... I mean, both of these cards are on the low end of fine, for sure. They could very easily just be garbage. Knights of Wundagore. Knights of what? No, this is pod racing. 2 mana, 2/1 trample. Whenever you put another counter on another creature, this counter gets a creature once each turn. I don't think there's a lot of ways to trigger this. I'm going to put this as fine tentatively, because a trampler that grows is like, okay. But when I was looking at the cards, I'm like, where are these counters supposed to be coming from? From your agent Phil Coulson? This guy's a villain, by the way. He doesn't even get... You can't... How are you growing him? Could be nice with like the red 3 mana 2/2 trampler, but so what? You're gonna be playing Gruul. You're gonna curve this into the 3 mana 2/2 trampler, into the 4 mana 3/2 prowess, draw a card, get a counter on that, get a counter on this, and then as your reward, you have like 2/3 power tramplers on turn 4. Whatever, bro. Kind of does. I don't know. I feel like this upside is nice, but I think it is just barely upside. I'm not a believer at the moment, but it could be sick. Hirsch likes this one, I think. Just the 2 mana dork. That's a dork that's a 3/3 in the late game. I think this is an every timer simply because there is no green deck that won't want to play this. The shapeshifter tag could be relevant as well. The fact that it's hero and villain, it's kind of fun, but just the fact that it's turned on late game as a 2 mana 3/3 that accelerates you. I think the mana will be pretty important, especially 1 mana of any color. They've said in the past that they don't want to have green be this any color fixer, but again, this just accentuates to me this fixing element in the format that I am giving putting a lot of stock in. So every time. Next up, Ant-Man's Army. 3 mana 3/2. Create a treasure or a food as an ETB. I love these types of effects. Of course, I am very high on anything that comes in and gives you a little piece of shit to do something with later. But obviously, this is not a clue. Otherwise, it would be broken. I don't know. Like the Tireless Provisioner, right, was a great card in MH2, but that was on landfall and kept making them and was better, obviously. If you guarantee the 1 activation, you can run this out on turn 3. I think this is at least fine. I don't think it's an every timer. I want it to be an every timer, as usual. You guys know me, but just a guy. He's just a guy. Token. There aren't like too many token synergies. Some of the rares maybe have some token stuff going on, but no, I don't know. It's just okay. I like the treasure. If you can go this into skip turn 4 and run out a 5-drop, probably not. You probably want to run out a 6-drop, like one of these guys or one of the Hulks, right? The fixing is maybe nice. No, this has to be every time, right? Like how many stats can we take away from a Jewel Thief before it stops being good? I think the fact that it still has 3 power means it's every time. 3 mana 3/2 make a treasure. Yeah, this is just above rate, isn't it? We see the red 3 mana 2/2 make a treasure, destroy an artifact all the time. It feels like, yeah. I think you have to. I think you have to put this at every time, unapologetically. Powerful Broker. God, the names of this set suck too, huh? Jesus. Human Villain, 3 mana 3/3 for each kind of counter on something. Give it another one, activate only as a sorcery. Yes, the joke is that it works with your Knights of Wundagore. Again, sorcery is really bad because you're 3 mana 3/3. You want to be attacking or blocking with that thing. It's proliferate, but only once on one target. This has to be at best fine. I don't know. I can't. On permanent or player. There's like one infect guy, not even an infect guy, poison counter guy in the set, and it's not good. And you're not. There's nothing else other than +1/+1 counters. This is a 3 mana 3/3 at best. Not at best. A 3 mana 3/3 that literally glows something at best. But like I don't want to see it. I don't think it's good. Pet Avengers, Jesus Christ. I know Jake likes this one. Fucking Dragon, Cat, Dog, Bird, Frog, Hero. 4 mana 4/4 reach, 7 mana 5/5 3/2 white hero token with vigilance. Unfortunately I do think this is an every timer, sadly. I do think this is crazy. It's not quite the Hazard of the Terror of the Dunes, Hazard of the Dunes from DFT. I think the Dunes was better. The exhaust on that made it a bit more. I think this is a better effect, but 7 mana is a lot. It's a great top deck, right? It's but also at the end of the day, it's like that one green creature from Dragonstorm, like the Dusyut Spirit Maker, which was like a 4/4 with not what was it? Not Mobilize 3. Mobilize was the creates Endure the Spirit Maker. They 7 mana 4/4 come in with a 3/3. This is a 7 mana 5/5 come in with a 3/2 with Vigilance. But the buyout mode of a 4/4 I think is really good. I think there are very few green decks that aren't going to want to run this, and it's so cheap, so splashable, so free. Just gotta play it. This card is tough. This is like again where the counters are coming from, I guess. This 5 mana Vigilant creature. ETB put a counter on something. If it's another hero, it gets 2 counters. I don't know. I feel like these types of cards are just fine. I'm gonna say it every time. I'm gonna say the line, Bart. It's fine. I think the most impressive one for this was like the Neon Dynasty one, right? The Tales of MSH hero. But yeah, 5 mana 5/5 Vig. It's big. 5 mana 4/4 buff something up twice is nice, but I just gotta go fine. It feels like green is at a bit of a villain hero identity crisis as well, but Dino 7/6 Dino Trample Land Cycler. What the fuck were they smoking? Kyle pointed it out best. In shambles, man. Dreadmaw's in shambles, and yeah, this is just like really good. Thank God this is double green, otherwise we would be in for a world of hurt, I think. But yeah, I still think this is massive. Big fan. Rapid Rescue, Seed of Hope, mill 2 cards. Why didn't they just reprint Seed of Hope? Did we need a functional reprint? I do hate it when Magic does this. I hate it when they print an exact, literal copy of Seed of Hope as a different card for no reason. When you could, Seed of Hope is like such an easy, generic sounding name that you could, give to like Spider-Man, given a fucking teddy bear to a child or something. The Seed of Hope, whatever. But mill 2, get a permanent, gain 2 life. I think this was one of the first type of cards that Hirsch called junk in the packs. I like this type of effect a lot of the time, especially in this, 2 creatures in graveyard matter type of deck. The problem is, of course, that you're getting the creature back out of the graveyard, so it doesn't actually help fuel anything. This is not Midnight Tilling, let's put it that way. Midnight Tilling is a way better card than this. I think at best we're going to put fine. I think Midnight Tilling was also fine, but on the upper end of fine. This is like, it's just there. You'll play it if you need to. I don't really know what home wants this outside of green-black. Doesn't target, triggers prowess, I suppose. Meh, 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 meh. Call damage control. Sorcery. Return an artifact, a creature, an enchantment, or a land. Pick 2 of the above. Tentatively, we're putting this in S. This is, I think, much worse than the black one. That's return a villain and a hero. You choose one or more. And this is always 2, but is so much more narrow. Sorcery is really bad. You need to be, recurring your bombs or whatever, but yucky, icky. Don't play this. Don't do it. There's not even like a buyout mode. This needed to like be a return to nature-ish style. Instead of returning, you could have like return something and then a disenchant or an exile something from opponent's graveyard or whatever. But no. Restorative technique though. I think it's tough to put this in every time because I don't think the green decks, like the green Killmonger green-black decks, want this. This is another Uros Fart type card, right? 3 mana. The 3 mana Cultivate style, Rampant Growth, basic, but then it gets so much stapled onto it. 2 life and a counter on your 2-drop. I do think this is an every timer, but I don't think you necessarily want to play this all the time. But this is just again one of these glue pieces that brings this soup deck to life that I'm going to keep talking up every time I see it. I'm going to mention it. Where is this at home best in? Green white? I don't think so. I hate green white. Green blue? Perhaps there's some landfall stuff going on there a little bit. Green red? No, I think green red wants to be beating down. And green black, maybe. I think green black has enough ways to spend the mana to actually be reasonable, but the soup decks are mainly going to want this, I think. And I think it's good enough. Just there. Super Strength. Enchant creature. +4/+4. Trample. Ward 1. I gotta say it again. There's that 3 mana 2/2. If you suit this up, this is the perfect target for that. But like a 5 mana 4/4 Ward 1. 5 mana 4/4 Trample Ward 1. Probably not that good. The fact that you have to give this to a creature and then get blown out is so bad. So bad. Honestly, I think this card could, like, somebody will cast this against you and you'll be like, oh fuck, I'm dead. But oftentimes you're just like gonna remove their guy in response, or they're gonna have a clear board because one of their cards in hand is fucking Super Strength, and it's just gonna lose you games that you would win if you had a real card in your hand. Into ass you go. Giant Growth. I want to put it in ass, bro. I hate Giant Growth. Can you believe this is the sister card to fucking Bolt and Ancestral Recall? Giant and Dark Ritual. God. Anyway. Is it a fine card? Is it a fine card? I feel like it's ass, man. I feel like it's ass. I don't know what green deck wants to be beaten down. Stop doing this. Because you have this Giant Growth next to Restorative Technique, and these are completely diverging pathways. These are in complete opposite directions. Green feels very homeless. Does Giant Growth go in your Super Strength deck? It's a great prowess trick. It's an absolutely great prowess heroic thing. I'm tentatively going to put this in S. Something you may have noticed, by the way, is I put all combat tricks in removal because they functionally should be removal. You use them as a way to, tie up one of your creatures for a turn and kill one of their guys. I don't think I'm interested in playing Giant Growth unless I have to. But I'm happy to be proven wrong if green can do some aggressive stuff. But Go Nuts, I think, is good. Teamwork 3 is expensive, but 1 mana is a great upside for this. Here's another way to put a count on a thing, sure. But you're going to be fighting another creature, usually for 1 mana. Usually, if you can tap something, you can choose the thing you teamworked with, right? So you can just, it's very weird that you can teamwork one creature and then have that creature do the fight. It feels a bit flavor fail, but yeah, like, 1 mana, tap your 3-drop and kill their guy. The problem is it skips your ability to attack, so ideally you curve 2-drop, 3-drop on turn 4, another 3-drop and buff that and kill, and then swing with the guys. But I think this is still an every timer. It's no whatever, right? It's no throw from the saddle or the assert from the prefect assert from ECL or whatever. The 2-mana bite spell is way better than this, but 1 mana and a fight, you can't complain too much. All in all, green looks pretty solid, but it's too all over the place, right? Like, look, they have one common 2-drop, right? But then they have all of this weird aggressive package stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I am more interested in the green soup than I am anything else. Let's go to the uncommons. You guys like what I'm doing with these basics, by the way? They're all from Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, my other favorite set, right behind Marvel Superheroes. All right, here we go. The legendary train, Reptile Dinomorpher. Wrong stat line here. It's a 1-mana 1/2 that turns itself into a 3/5 or a 3/5 Vigilance Reach or 6/6 Trample for 3 and 6 respectively. I hate this thing for sure. I don't like it. I don't like these. It reminds me of that 1-drop in white from Capenna, the Broker's Bouncer or whatever. That was an 0/4 that turned itself into a 4/4. I thought that card was actually like kind of reasonable towards the later stages of the format, and maybe this will follow suit. But I don't want to be spending 3 mana turning this into a fucking Brontosaurus later in the game every turn. No, man, no. It needed to. This isn't even like a power up. It's not permanent. Nah, it's ass. It's ass. I'm afraid. Get out. Dick Jones, 1-mana 0/3. So we just talked about how I like the 0/4. And then a mana sink for 3/4. Put a hero or enchantment into your hand. I hate to say it, I think it's an every time. It does everything you want, right? It's a body that blocks reasonably well early, that you're not afraid to, like, put in front of a 2/2 and have them use a card from their hand to functionally remove this. If you're scared of a trick or a prowess or whatever, no problem. You can just I think you're happy blocking with this, and then this is just something to do with your mana late in the game that fuels the 2 creatures in graveyard that also just draws you a card. Yeah, I think that this is a pretty high pick. Not a hero, by the way, but who cares? Hellcat, Undying Vigilante. I love this for sure. 2-mana 2/2 haste. When it dies, comes back as a 3/3. Double green seems impossible. For that, we can do at best fine, but man, double green. They hate you. They hate you for this one. Strangleroot Geist double green probably is. I don't know how well that card performed in its native formats. We did our little Innistrad remastered thing. I don't know what was going on in there, but I do like it. I do like it. You can sack it if you want. It's fun, but double green is so impossible. If you play this on turn 2, it's excellent. If you can't, it's just fine, which is why it's going in the fine column. Tigra, Feline Fury. I think this is an every timer. How good is an Ajani's Pridemate with Flash and Trample and 1 less toughness? I would say pretty good, but the life gain in this set is a tall ask here. I think it's just like good enough on its own that you're going to run this. No, I'm not sure, because this is going into the Giant Growth green deck, and I don't think the Giant Growth green deck is running the life gain. The life gain is on the ramp card. Maybe I do got to put it in fine. Like, this is not an act. Like, I don't look at this and be like, oh yeah, I want to be green. I look at this and I'm like, oh shit, that's a signal I should move into this color. I look at this and I'm like, whatever. Talking about draft again. White Tiger, Ava Aelia, Ayala, la 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 la. 2-mana 2/2 with a mana sink later that turns into a 3/3 and makes a 4/4 that can't be blocked. Yeah, this is good enough. This isn't like Toby or anything crazy from Duskmourn, but 2 mana 2/2 with a great 6 mana buyout. I'm quite happy with this. I think this one goes in both green decks. I think it goes in the aggressive green decks and the soup decks, for very similar reasons. So yeah, no notes. When they fucking put Hercules into Marvel, when they put fucking Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde into Marvel, bro, whatever. 3 mana 3/3, 5 mana to power up, counter Vigilance, Indestructible, Haste. This is worse than Ava because it's a 3-drop. 5 mana 4/4 Vigilance, Indestructible, Haste until end of turn, and then it's just a 4/4. Yeah, it's at best fine, I think, unfortunately. Doesn't, like, do anything. This creates a whole other body and grows herself. This is just a guy. He's just a guy. He's a little baby. 5 mana 4/4? I'm playing my 5 mana 5/5 flyer. What is this guy gonna do? Nothing. Hulkling. Burgeoning Bruiser. Another 3 mana 2/3. Vigilance whenever another creature enters. If it has greater power. Okay, so it's got Evolve. This is an aggro green card, but it's small for an aggro green card. But then you play it, you curve this into your dog, bird, cat, dragon, hero, pet adventures, man. I don't know. I think Vigilance is kind of nice on this. Ultimately, I'm putting it in fine. It reminds me of the Investigator from Duskmourn, right? The one that grew every time you drew a face down. You played a face down card. I think this is easier to do, but yeah, it comes in, does nothing, and has a nice body with some. The Vigilance is probably going to be good, but I don't know. It still feels pretty small, pretty slow to get going, and no actual evasion. So yeah, just whatever. I see this late in the pack. I know I'm doing draft again, and I don't really think anything of it. Mr. Hyde. At the beginning of your upkeep, choose one, grows, or remove any counter to draw a card. So every 2 turns, draw a card. Or if you have another way to continually put counters on him, that's nice. I want to put this in every time because it is like one of these threats that gets the +1/+1 counter synergy that I felt was missing at the common level in green. But the fact that it's at the beginning of this needs to be at combat, right? Combat, this would be very good. This would be maybe it would be broken if it was a combat, but I don't know. Whatever. Make them broken. Make them broken instead of not quite ass, but just fine. Just unremarkable, uninspired, uninteresting design. Don't like it. She-Hulk, the Jade Avenger, the Gamma Hero. 4 mana 4/4, reach trample. Okay. Powers up for 6, disenchant, and gets a counter. It's an every time, my lord. I'm sorry. It's an every time. 4 mana 4/4 trample. 1 green, by the way. Very nice. We've seen this, effect in the Witchstalker Frenzy or whatever. Not Witchstalker Frenzy, Fierce Witchstalker. That's a different card. And then buyout mode of 6 mana 5/5 disenchant, I think, is going to be real enough. There's enough lying around that you can just pop one of those and feel good about it, but you're very happy running this out on turn 4. And again, fits into both green plans. Doc Samson, the super psychologist. He's kind of serving with this outfit, huh? Some green hair. 5 mana 3/6. Hardened Scales. Add any color where X is Samson's power. Hardened Scales effects need to be cheap. We saw the March of the Machine Hardened Scales, the Kami of Restless Insults or whatever the hell it was called. The 3 mana 1/1 whenever something would get a counter gets 2. That adds mana equal to its power. We saw this as a 3 mana 1/1. This is the same card, but as a 5 mana 3/6. I think the earlier one was better. I think this card is at best fine. He is fat. He's got a nice big ass, but it doesn't actually do any pressure. You need to do all of this, Mr. Hyde counter synergy stuff. It's I don't know. Maybe the backup stuff will be nice, but and he does. You know what? He does fuel backup. It's 3 mana. I can't in good conscience put this at every time. I don't think the aggressive green decks would necessarily want this, but maybe in green black, because I think green black you can spend all that mana, but just leave it a fine. It's not really like I don't think this is going to be insane or anything. Khazar of the Savage Land. Wow, every time. Okay, let's read it. 5 mana, 3/2. Comes with a 2/2. Borrow backup, anybody. Look at the top card, play lands off the top, and then the token has landfall, get a counter. Incredible card. I mean, this is insane, right? Like this is one of the strongest uncommons in the set, I think. Two guys, both of which are must answer, right? One of which continually generates you card advantage, the other of which continually grows, and they feed into each other. The counter synergy, hero, everything. This is, I think this is a very first pickable card. I know we're doing draft. I know I keep saying it, but yeah, incredible. No notes. The Thing, Ben Grimm, nice shorts, buddy. 6 mana, 7/7. Trample, and then grows when you deal damage. It fuels itself for sure. You know, if this thing is attacking, he's going to grow again. He is big. No ETB, no protection. How big is big? And now, because we had this big discussion with the ECL stuff on 4 mana, no ETB, no protection. How big do you need to be to really justify the fact that it's going to be a problem? I think this might get there. Again, the one green is so big on this, so I think it is an every time hero for whatever that's worth. But this is just a problem. It's just a problem every time it comes down. You see this and you shit your pants. This guy beats the Red Hulk, which I thought was great. So yeah, I think that this is, and again, it's got pseudo haste if you can sneak in your other heroes and then grow those, right? I guess no, they don't grow. The Thing still grows, but yeah, this is if they have used their removal on something else, I think you just kind of win when this comes down. So very big, very big. I think it meets that threshold, despite being no ATB, no protection. Claim the Kingdom, landfall. It's like what, Earthbender Ascension again, or whatever it was, the original Ascension from Zendikar or something. Landfall, counter on a creature, plan counter, 4th, sec, indestructible counter on a creature. The important part is the first part, for sure. Landfall, put a counter. We've seen 2-mana enchantment landfall, put a counter before. I don't like this. This doesn't draw a card, so you don't get the buyout later. Again, Neo, to go back to, a lot of DNA from that set here, with the Awakening that you could then channel to make a big land creature. I think that card is better than this card. I don't particularly like this card. I'm leaning towards ass, to be honest. It is this counter synergy thing that they need, but if you play this on 2, you're playing off curve for the rest of the game. You need to play 2-drop landfall, 3-drop landfall. That feels terrible. No, I don't like what this is incentivizing you to do. I don't think that, to make this work, you need to play suboptimally. I don't like it. Training Regimen. Hirsch likes this one. Creatures you control with counters on them have trample. That's a reasonable line of text. A Dustshell Crawler can do some work. And then it's the Loxodon effect, the Fractal Maker from SOS, the what's his favorite card? The Luminarch Aspirant. There was another specific shout out in VOW, I believe there was a green enchantment that did this as well, that flipped into a creature. But I don't like this. I'm tentatively going to put this in ass. I don't think this is it. I think that it's great if you go 2-drop, 3-drop into this. Yeah, obviously, it's great. But I'd be just as happy, I think, going 2-drop, 3-drop into, sadly, Pet Avengers or She-Hulk, in terms of pressure. This is a nice engine. This, again, continually generating the counters is good, but I don't, no vigilance, no nothing, no life gain, no stabilization. It is at the beginning of combat, so it does something immediately when it comes in, but I feel like unless I'm grossly misunderstanding the speed of the format, I don't think that this card can perform. Punishing Punch, every time it says it's the only removal, it says removal on it. Double a creature's power and bite something. Very cool. It's not literally double, obviously, because it doesn't attack for double, but you get what I'm talking about. 3 mana is great, 1 mana is great. It's not quite like a clear shot or anything. You don't get that nice blowout potential, but these types of effects just need to be instant, otherwise you just get blown the fuck out. Okay, again, I'm reasonably happy with the density of cards in this column versus the density of cards in this column, and I'm willing to be wrong on this one. I don't think I'm wrong on these guys, though, and I can see this one going down to here as well. Alright, rare time. I think there's some good rares in here, too, if I remember correctly. Let's go see them. Maybe I did not remember correctly. I'm dragging these in. I don't like some of these. Shang-Chi, Master of Kung Fu. 2 mana, 2/2 mythic. Activate creatures' abilities as though they had haste, and 2 mana of any one color, only to activate creature abilities. No, I don't particularly care for this. Obviously, the joke with this is power up, right? You can power up on the cheap. Is this really a mythic? This is a 2 mana 2/2. This is at best fine. I think the upside is there, and you can do some crazy stuff with this later. But like if you have She-Hulk, if you curve this into some 3-drop that you don't care about into She-Hulk, you can immediately activate She-Hulk because the power up is discounted by their own mana cost, and then this immediately. So you can do some stuff with this, but I don't even know if I would like first pick this. He's just a guy. He's just a guy. Mole Man, the Moloid Master. Play lands from your graveyard. 3 mana 1/1 landfall. Make a minion that mills a card when you attack. Honestly, I kind of like this, but it is just one of these like slow engine-y cards that will eventually win you the game, but doesn't do anything on the curve out. And am I first picking this as a human villain? I think so, because if you run this out on 3, it's terrible. You need to run it down on 4 to guarantee the token, but even if you get the token, it's just a small thing. I'm going to say this is just fine, honestly. I don't envision board states that this card is going to be enough on. You can't be playing this on turn 3. You got to be doing something else on turn 3. It's not actually a 3-drop. It's a double spell card late in the game that will eventually kind of cycle and not cycle, but churn and win you a lot of attrition-y stuff. But yeah, I'm not a big fan. I don't think there are many ways to get lands in the graveyard either. You can connive a little bit, I guess, but no, I think this is just fine. The Unbeatable Squirrel Girl, I want to say this is an every time type of situation. I hate this card, obviously, on aesthetic, of course. And it's another one of these weird, like, 1 triple pipped that, like, Black had a little bit that we saw earlier. But this is a crazy effect if you can get it on turn 4, even on turn 5. 4 mana, 4/4, ETB make a token, attack make a token, and then 4 mana make presumably 3 more tokens. And this is an instant speed ability. Yes, it's very mana intensive. Yes, it's very annoying. But if you have this, if you cast this, assuming you didn't like use the treasure from your aunt or something, you can. I think you can cast this on 3 reliably with that 2 mana mana dork. Like people are going to lose the game to turn 2 mana dork, untap second forest, play this, and it will be unbeatable. This reminds me of like a biogenic ooze type of effect where it's like a very restrictive mana cost, but the effect is like quite good. I think this is requires a build around, but well worth the cost. Kind of similar to the other ones, honestly. I think this is better than the ones we've seen so far, though. Pretty nice. This is a creature, despite not looking like it. 6 mana, top 8, put a creature onto the battlefield. Or if you teamwork 5, you You put any number of creatures. I don't know. I don't think it's quite ass. It might just be ass. I think it's ass. You know, in limited you can't be. Well, 8 cards, any number of creatures for 5 teamwork and 6 mana. Not in the way I like to build decks. The double green as well, very annoying. I don't know. This it's just whatever. I don't even like Coco in limited. I don't even like these effects. You know, the Ayla's reconstruction type of stuff. Obviously, those are way more restrictive, and you can cheat some truly busted things out. You know, just a dino or whatever. But it might just be fine on that alone. But I don't know. I don't think I'm ever really looking to play this card. I could be definitely wrong on this one, but I don't place any stock in this thing. Same thing with World War Hulk. This thing I know is garbage. 5 mana to play a free green spell. So 5 mana minus 1 card in hand, because the thing you're casting from your hand for free is like probably 5 mana or less. Then 3 counters, and then double power, toughness, trample. Yes, it's big. No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. It's just no protection, no nothing. Like this needed to. This surely originally like created a token. 5 mana, make a 3/3. The old Huntsman's Redemption older brother. 5 mana, make a 3/3, put 3 counters on it, and then double it and make it big, right? Like we did have Roar of the Endless Song like 2 sets ago or whatever. 5/5/5/5 double your entire board. I know that was a more restrictive casting cost, but not by much. This is double green. This thing is garbage. Heroic Feast. This one might be one of my least favorite cards in the set on art alone. This fucking Avengers Endgame fucking garbage visual with the worst flavor text I've ever seen in my life. Terrible name. Anyway, 3 mana, make a food, and whenever you gain life, choose that many creatures you control, put a counter on each of them. So, very awkward, sadly. 3 mana, so if you play this on turn 3, you're passing, so you don't want to play it on 3, you probably want to play this on 5, so that you can crack the clue immediately, but this is at best if you did 2, 3, 4, and then this on 5, and if you did a 2, 3, 4, you're probably winning anyway, but this will seal the deal. Ultimately, I think this is okay enough, but and the life gain is, you know, this gives a little extra recontext to your 2/3 life link or your Seed of Hope or whatever it is. Yeah, your rampant growth for 3 mana that gets 2 life, and then you also put a counter on something, and then you put 2 more counters on something. I think you can get a food from your ant instead of your treasure. I think there is something here. I'm gonna put it in fine, but the fact that it has to go on different creatures is really holding this thing back, for sure. You can't load up on one guy, so if you gain 3 life and you only have 1 creature, you're kind of wasting the life gain a little bit. Going to feel very bad, but ultimately this feels like a really weird and annoying thing to interact with. Insane with Take Up the Shield. Oh my god, it's crazy with Take Up the Shield, right? Like you just put a counter on something, give it lifelink, and then exploding. Yeah. Epic Fight. Sorcery. Choose one or both. Double creature's power and toughness, and then it fights. Yeah. I don't know. Is it every time? I guess. It says removal. It's every time. It's 1 green. I guess you're supposed to. It's so big, right? If you can just make something huge and kill them with it, but whatever. Something to write home about. I don't know. These rares are just kind of okay, I guess, but hey, you know what that means? It means we're into the interesting stuff now, the colorless and the multicolored. Maybe I should have started with those, huh? Well, whatever. I do what I want. It's my show. Get out of here. Alright, we're cheating a little bit. There aren't that many artifacts in the set, so we're just going to do them all. Rarity be damned. Aim Synthoids. Hirsch likes this one too. Just 2 mana, 1/3 Surveil 2. I don't like it. I guess it probably is not complete ass, but like, yeah, it is, right? It doesn't do anything. He's just a tiny little guy. Maybe this is good in like exclusively blue X, blue black or whatever, but just as an artifact creature, I don't know. maybe it's gluey enough. Maybe it's gluey enough because it's an artifact creature, it's a villain, and it surveils to get your creatures in the graveyard for like the green black stuff. But I don't like this. I'm putting this in ass. I think this wheels every time. Let's put it that way. Super Adaptoid, power equal to the number of legendary creatures you control. So it is a legendary creature. It's going to be like probably at minimum like a 4/2 in this fucking format. Enters or attacks. Choose any target creature, including your opponent's, and it gains all of the abilities of that thing for all of these keywords listed. Pretty bad, I think. So it does grow, right? When it enters, you choose one thing. You choose one thing, and it gets the abilities of that one thing. So it'll get like one, maybe two keywords at best. And then every time it attacks, it does it more. I think this is at best fine. It is just he's just a guy. I think he will be. You're happy to have him in your deck, but I don't even know if you first pick this, to be honest. Right? Does it even do anything? How good is a 2-mana 2/2 haste, flying, first strike, double strike, death touch, lifelink, menace, reach, trample, vigilance? The indestructible is the big one, of course, but double strike is nice too. I don't know. Fine. It's fine. It's fine. What a surprise. Ultron Drone, 3-mana 2/3. We hate that stat line, don't we, folks? 6 colorless for a power-up. It's a 4/5 and makes it 2/2. Honestly, I like this. I like this. I'm definitely putting it in fine. It's not an every time because it doesn't just like go in any deck, but I think this is going to be great in the blue-black and blue-red decks. I think this is like a real big guy that comes in with a small guy that you can just like throw at the top end of your blue X decks to win the game with, right? This is like one of those it's not quite as good as Visionary's Dance from the last set or something like that, but why'd I say it like that? Dance. Come on, man. But I think this is like annoying enough to like see on the other end of the table. This is assuming you're playing it as a 6-drop. I think if you ever have to play this as a 3-drop and then power it up, it's much worse. But you got to do what you got to do. But I think this is fine. I think this is fine. Open parentheses, non-derogatory. Ultron, the Artificial Malevolence. 3-mana 2/4. It's not a bad stat line. Whenever another non-token artifact enters, pay 2, copy it. It becomes a 2/2 robot. I like this. I would like to build around this. I just think that the set sucks. I think that this is not going to be good enough. There are a lot of artifacts in the set, but paying 2 mana, you need to be copying something like actually good. By its mana cost. How does that work with Ultron Drone? Because the token copy has the mana cost. So if you create a token copy of the Ultron Drone, both of them will power up for only 3 mana the turn they come down. So in theory, if you have this and then you play Ultron Drone for 3, if you have 9 mana, you get them both. Whatever, that's just never going to happen. Long story short, it's fine. I think the body size alone is like reasonable enough. And then this is like an annoying enough threat that pay 2 to like make a 2/2 draw, which draws a card or something, or gets an extra, whatever, right? It's good enough. I think it'll 2 is not an egregious amount of mana to pay. I think I'll be happy with this, and it'll feel good to churn. Vision Teen Synthezoid. What are they smoking with these things, man? Why is she fucking purple? 3-mana 2/2 flyer. We hate this stat line. Whenever it attacks, draw a card. If she's a 4, powers up for 7 mana. 7 mana 4/4, draw a card. Yoink. It is ass. It has to be ass. Maybe if you like put this in your green decks and you invest so much into buffing her up, or this white-black attacks alone garbage. I hate this, man. I hate this. Get it out of here. I don't want to see this. This is awful. Herbie Scout Unit every time. I think almost every deck wants this, right? Just 4 mana, 2/1, draw a card, artifact creature and flying. You know, it's no inspiring overseer, but it's pretty close. It's like the that rat from MH3 that doesn't have affinity, but like, isn't this incredible? This is just a 4 mana 2/1 draw card, and if it ramps you and cheats you to 6 so that you can play your big Hulk or your Dino or whatever, even better. You play the thing. Yeah, I think this is great. This is great, of course. Even better in the red blue and the blue black decks, or even the red black decks. Right? It's just a tiny little guy that draws a card that you can sack later to get some value. I think this is on the same level, maybe a little bit better than the 4 mana red artifact creature that draws a card that impulse draws. I think this is crazy, and of course this lends itself very, very well to the soup decks, right? Any soup deck running this just like plays this very happily, skips turn 5, goes straight to 6, and starts unloading some bombs. I think this will be a hotly contested item. Shield Helicarrier, I have a soft spot for this. I'm going to put it in fine. I think you could very easily see this going to ass. Crew 6 is impossible. Impossible. But it is a 4 mana flyer. This needed, like, give it vigilance or something. Give it something. Give it reach. Give it a flying reach creature. 4 mana for 2/1/1s. And then crew 6. Maybe it's just ass. Maybe it is ass, huh? Vehicles are annoying, but crew 6, bro. It's gotta be ass. It's too hard to do anything. It's gotta be ass. Sorry. I think this is going late. V-Vision. Here we go. Flying Vigilance, 4 mana, 2/5. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Super Prowess, choose one. Do you want Double Strike? Do you want Indestructible, or do you want to draw a card? Bomba, that's a Bomba level card. Goes in any deck. Great stat line with keyword pairing. Great ability to push damage, save itself, or draw a card, or all of the above. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, incredible card. I hope we open lots. Vibranium Energy Daggers. Wah, wah, wah. He needs some milk. Indestructible artifact. Equip creatures +2/+2. Equip 3. 3. You want me to pay 4? You want me to pay 4 mana, and then 3 more mana every time. You want me to pay 7 mana to give 2 creatures +2/+2, not even at the same time. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. We did see in black, right, the ability for this masked panther guy or whatever to equip, pay life to equip, or the swordsmith that comes in and lets you equip for free, right? And those are bad. Those are bad cards because this is a bad card, and your payoff for it is like you have a slightly above average creature, and then your opponent slams a 4 mana 4/4, and you die anyway. No, it's junk. I don't want it. I don't want to see it. Captain America's shield, at least fine. Is it an every timer? So the shield is indestructible, very flavorful. +8/+0 vigilance, equip 2, and when it attacks, tap something. Okay, never mind. It's every time. Read the card. It explains the card. They're never getting. Yeah, this is Captain America. This is Steve Rogers right here. They're never getting through that creature, and you are getting through whenever you want. Okay, problem solved. I will pay 4 mana and then increments of 2 mana to equip this over and over again. Yes, yes. This is. I'm happy with that. Dependable Quinjet. I think this is an every timer. We've seen mana rocks come and go. And lately they're all coming. And they're not the only ones. Am I right, boys? Fellas? Mana rock that turns into a creature, I think, is generally pretty good. I've heard good things about the one that animates itself in MH1 of all places, this like Ichor Fountain or whatever. But then we had something similar with the Furdock Core in ECL, which was not that good. Even though it was the Changeling. I think... Oh, this is Crew 4. Why did I think this was Crew 1? Okay, it's fine. Never mind. Crew 4 is insanely expensive for a 3/3 flyer. Never mind. Okay. Because, yeah, this is primarily for the soup decks. I'm not surprised. It's the soup deck that I keep talking about. And I think it is great in the soup decks, but You can't just like slot this in any deck. You know, this card and this card are not on the same level. Let's put it that way. Iron Man armor. I could have put this into creatures, but it comes in for 3 mana, attaches immediately for +2/+1 flying. Sure. And then for 2 mana, it equips 2, or for 2 mana, you can turn it into a construct with flying. I'll say it's every time. Is it truly every time? Are you happy with the auto equip the first time? No ward, so already worse than Captain America's Winged Soldiers. Equip 2 is still pretty expensive, but +2/+1 is a lot bigger. I still think it isn't every time because the buyout mode is nice as well, which means that it'll always be at least a 1/1 if you need it to. With flying, that'll probably be more. Interestingly, it still has the artifact creature equipment, but it doesn't have reconfigure. It's still got equip. So if you turn it into a creature, you can't equip it anymore. It's a mythic? Is this card supposed to be good? I think I will still put it in every time, but I don't think this is mythic power level at all. Maybe the construct will be great. Obviously best home, red, blue, blue, black. We've already talked about it. Meh. I don't know. I'll put it every time for now, because I think you run it happily in many decks, but happily? Don't at me. It's fine. Arc Reactor. Improvise. Enters tapped. Adds 3 mana. Why do they always make these things enter tapped, bro? Just let the fucking Tron players have fun for once. They never have fun. They have fun a lot. They do their degenerate stuff. This is garbage, right? Like this. What is the joke with this? Activate your power-ups slightly cheaper. Okay, Acid is. I literally don't know who wants this. I don't know. That casts 75% of a Herbie Scout bot is what it does. The improvise thing, like who cares? Yeah, you're gonna get a lot of mana, but 5 mana to get even more mana. It's just not. It's commander bait. What do you want? It's commander bait. Get it out of here. Cosmic Cube. I need to read this one again every time. I've read it before. I need to read it again. 5 mana. It has ward 2, so a little harder to remove. Sure. Whenever you attack with anything, so works immediately when it comes in. Top 6. Cast a spell with mana value less than or equal to the greatest power among attacking creatures without paying its mana cost. Presumably you have a 4-drop. I'm in every time. I think this is supposed to be at the top end of a creature deck, right? You're not. I don't think you're putting this into your. I mean, you could still put it into your green cycler deck, but it works both ways, right? If you're a creature deck, you're attacking more often and you're hitting more often because you're not getting these weird random spells that you can't. Situation that can't. You're just like pumping out creatures. Yeah, I think this is quite nice. The ward is nice, just to save it a little bit. I think this can absolutely be a win con. I'm happy with this. Get it in there. 8 mana artifact. Better be good, buddy. Your maximum hand size is 10. Nobody cares. The beginning of your end step, if you're fewer than 10, draw cards equal to the difference. Skroink. Is this whatever? What was it? The Power Stone, the Eternity Stone in EOE. That was a meme. This is a meme. This is bad. Maybe you go over the top of your soup deck opponents. Yeah, that's it. Right? It's the loot. This is the exact same thing as Maestro's loot from SOS. Right? This is it goes into one specific deck, and you have to build around it, and you have to hope that you go against other slower decks that you can go over the top of, and you're not going to get punished by aggro. Yeah, does nothing. Get out of here. All in all, these artifacts kind of suck. Let's go to the lands. Alright, another quickie for us here. We've got a couple of cycles. They're the gain lands, but they are stupid because they renamed them and functionally reprinted them for no reason. Just give us Scoured Barrens, bro. I don't want fucking AIM Labs. Oh, I guess the Soul Ring is kind of at the bottom here. Whatever, we're keeping the Soul Ring. It's funny. Um, Yeah, I do love a Gainland though. I think that they are every timers. Um, Same thing for these these cycle of rare lands in the for the context of limited. I know Hirsch hates these for constructed, but I think that might be okay in constructed. But obviously in limited you're gonna have so many basic lands. These are always turned on. Again, you never like first pick these, I don't think. But in pack 2 or 3, if you know you're the color, you might first pick them if there's nothing else in the pack. And I think you're happy to get these like pick 4, pick 5, and they're just lands are cheating because they're every time if you're in the color. It's not really something to think about. So we can go with the commons first, which there's one surveillance room. ETB Surveil 1, add a colorless, add a mana of any color. I hate these ones. This is like the gemstone mine cavern, whatever it's called. Not gemstone. Neither of those, but the one. There's like this one shiny little cave that does this. We've had this effect before. I don't like it. I don't want it. The colorless is completely meaningless. The surveil is not worth stone writing yourself. Don't play this. Villain's Hideout. Add colorless again. Stop it. Add a mana of any color, only on villains. What's this last ability? 3 mana, villain connives, only as a sorcery? No, I think it's Ask My Lord. I don't know why they hate designing good lands. I guess because if there's a good land in the pack, you just pick it and you're sad. But like, Edgewall Inn was an okay land. I like that thing. 3 mana, bro. At least make it reason. At least make it 2 mana. At least make me think about it. This card sucks. Avengers Tower. Add colorless. Add only on heroes for 4. Look at the top 3. Draw a hero. This, yeah, I'm gonna say fine. It's not an every timer. You need a specific deck for it, obviously. But draw a card for 4 mana. Okay, I'll take a weird-looking Castle Lochthwain. Sure, why not? Why not? Get some heroes if you are out of stuff to do. At its best in these kind of low to the ground white decks maybe, but I don't know. The colorless probably isn't going to come up too much if you can actually build around the hero. If you have a significant density of heroes to look for these again, 7, 8, 9 range, then this first clause becomes even better, right? But the main meat is this bottom clause. So okay, sure. Baxter Building for the Fantastic Four. Add colorless. I roll. 4 mana and tap, so Stone Rain yourself. Add 4 mana and any combination of colors. 4 mana and tap, so 5 mana total again. Draw a card. Activate only if you have a big guy. Much worse than Avengers Tower. I'll just put it in S. I don't even think you want this in the soup decks because you can just like play basics and duels and actually hit your mana and play your Quinjet and your Rampant Growths and you're happy with this. You don't need this insane, ridiculous fixer that Stone Rains yourself. Castle Doom. Add colorless again. Add a mana of any color only on artifacts. And then for 3 second artifact, create a robot villain. If it only is a sorcery, bro. It's heartbreaking. It's a heartbreaking card. I want this to be good. It's not good. I want it. I want it. Can I at least put it in fine? I don't think so. 3 mana and you have to sack an artifact. That's so expensive for sorcery speed. That's so much. And you tap. It's 4 mana total. I think Avengers Tower is literally better than this. I have to put you in ass. Don't pick this. Don't put it in your deck. Unless you have like an insane amount of artifacts. I mean, it might be free in blue-black specifically, but I don't even think blue-red wants it, to be honest. You can do better stuff with your mana in blue-red, probably. This is okay in blue-black. You turn your random shitters into 3/3s, but What a shame. Alright, get me out of here. We're going to multicolored. Alright, I've been sinking in my chair ever since the start of this recording session. So here it is, a moment I've been waiting for. 20 fucking legendaries that we're going to look at. I didn't do this by... I didn't do this by hybrid and multicolored. Okay, I will fix this. Give me a second. There we go. That's a little better. Everything in the set costs 3 or 4 mana. Look at this. Look at this. This is a vile affront to limited set design. Look at them. Every uncommon signpost is 3 or 4 mana. It's crazy. It's crazy the amount of design limitation that you get. And then you get 2 5 mana guys in red. Jesus Christ. Let's do the multicolor cards first because they are, more emblematic of what the color combo is trying to do. You can argue that we should have started with these, to be honest, but I don't care. Get out of here. Ant-Man, Colony Commander. I kind of like this guy. 3 mana 2/2. Yikes. But when he attacks, put a counter on anything for 1. I guess he needs to attack. That's tough. And then when you put a counter on it, you also get the insect, but you don't have to attack with the MA. You could just put a counter on with any ability. Ultimately, though, I think this is just fine. It's a bit too small. It's fun for sure, and it can, if left unchecked, it'll take over the game. But it's very easy to check this, just with creature sizing alone. Black Widow. I think Hirsch likes this one, and I do too. I think this is kind of a reason to do the thing. 3 mana 3/2 Death Touch is a bit awkward stat wise, but if you're going to be a 3 mana creature, at least be a 3/2, and then this getting First Strike and Menace is very nice. But anything you attack with getting First Strike and Menace is also very nice. You get to guaranteed kill which of the 2 things that you block you kill properly. It makes the double block very difficult because if the First Strike goes through and the double blocking creatures are too small, you don't actually get you get an eat and a chump instead of or not a chump but just a bounce instead of a true trade. So this is a very this will be a very annoying card to play against, I think, and I'm happy with it. Captain America Living Legend. Is there a tier above every time? This might be like removal level or whatever, but yeah, this thing is so big. What the hell? 3 mana 3/4. Now we're talking for 3 mana. Vigilance. Oh my god, it's a spider tank. And whenever any creature becomes tapped, if it's the first time that creature's become tapped, untap it. Whoo, wow, 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 wow. Get you a man who can do both. And this guy can do both. This is very first pickable. This is incredible. This is everything that white wants to be doing. And then you can throw on some blue for good measure. But yes, 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 yes. Black Panther Vanguard. I think we are every timing this guy. 4 mana 4/4, no ETB, no protection, but if you untap and then you create some more heroes, cast some more heroes, getting free tokens and then eventually overrunning the board is yeah, it's just a good top end. I just don't like green white ever. As you guys know, I hate the color combo, but this is powerful. It's big and it's powerful. Take it, play it. Win with it. Stick him in a stew. Iron Man, Master of Machines. 1/4 Flying Vigilance, plus a 1/0 for each other artifact you control, and draws cards if an artifact entered the battlefield this turn. Unfortunately, my liege, this is fine. He's very small. You need a lot to... You need this density of artifacts, and I think the density does exist. It's a build around, right? You can't just throw this into any deck and be happy with it, which is why it gets the fine grade. I think in the decks that this can sing in, which is blue-red. Obviously, you're playing him in blue-red. This is good, but it's he's a bit small, a bit conditional, he's a bit fiddly, a bit finicky. Ironically for Iron Man, so meh. But I like him. You can make him work. Now this guy fucks. Kang the Temporal Tyrant. 4 mana 3/4. Connive on attack. Yes. We like a connive on attack. Thank you, Scurrilous Sentry. And then drawing second card each turn for a free drain. muy bien, muy bien. Um, this guy's big. He can tussle. He can rumble in combat, and he's a problem. Even if he's not attacking, if you just like draw extra cards on their opponent's turn, the drain will add up. This is nice, and I like it. The problem is I don't think blue black is really this kind of tempo-y beatdown style that this would really lend itself to, but doesn't matter. I think this card is nice, and if it is not a good card in the format, it's because blue black is not good, which could be possible, but I'm holding out for this Kang individual. Killmonger, this is one of the better ones. I think this is just below Captain America in terms of power level. It's the Skyfisher spider, pretty good. Hirsch likes this. I'm a little bit lower on it. He is kind of just a guy, just 4 mana 3/3 ETB, sack something and kill a guy. Specifically, you have to sack a creature, right? Skyfisher Spider. I think a lot of that power came from sacrificing a random artifact like a Power Stone that you didn't care about, and then killing any non-land permanent is very nice. It's probably going to be a creature. You sack the creature, so you're halfway there to growing him, and in the green-black stuff, you're conniving or milling to get your creatures in there. So it's as a 5/4 sack something, kill a creature. This is great. I think the times that it's not the times that it's going to be a 3/3 are significant enough that I do think it's going to matter detrimentally, but I think it's pretty clearly still just really great anyway, and gives you a reason to actually play that garbage black sack fodder that I do not care for, but might find a home in maybe a Jund style deck. Madame Hydra, we talked about this one as well in the group chat, but great when you're ahead, of course. I think this is an every timer still. Casting villain spells is kind of hard because again, assuming you play this on 4, you've probably cast 2, maybe 3 villains already. But it can pump stuff out for sure. But she is very small. She is very small. If the format is slow enough, cards like this will become much better. But man, she be tiny and she be conditional. If you get 1 token out of this, it's fine. So you need two tokens out of this for every time. I think you can get there, and I will put it tentatively in every time. But know that if you get fewer than 1 or fewer tokens out of this, you probably wasted your time, which maybe means it should be fine, but I'll put it in every time because I like red-black. Hulk, the Gamma Goliath. Hirsch, another one likes this one. It's okay. He's a big guy. 5 mana, 6/5. I don't know. Trades with a land cycler. What do you want? What do you want from me? Doesn't get by the Thing. Doesn't get by the Red Hulk. But comes down a turn earlier. And then power-up abilities of other creatures cost 3 less. I think that is reasonable. Red-green isn't like insane on power-ups. I think there are a lot of power-ups across, pretty evenly spread across all the colors. And he doesn't discount himself. And then 8 mana 11/10 is very big for sure. And Reach, Trample, good keywords, but no vigilance means it's kind of tough to attack with this guy. I feel like you play this and you want him to hold down the fort a little bit, assumedly, but also he can just kill you, right? He'll just be very big, and for that reason it is every time. Let's not beat around the bush. He's good, but I don't think he's insane or anything. He's just a nice chunky boy. Yeah. Thor, Odin's son. Flying, vigilance, prowess. Here it is, boys. You know I hate Sarah Angels for some reason. It is every time, though. It's a hero. He's big. He grows twice. Flying, vigilance, great combo. There is enough juice in here to merit the every time. So, yeah, all in all, pretty good signposts. I think they did a pretty good job with these. Aside from their fucking mana costs, you disgusting cowards. Make Killmonger a 2 mana 1/2 that becomes a 3/3 if there are 2 guys in the graveyard. That'd probably be really good. Whatever. Make Iron Man 3 mana. Make Iron Man an 0/3, a 2 mana 0/3 for 2 mana. Red blue. I don't know. Whatever. Um, Now we can talk about the hybrid cards, and I think the hybrid cards are some of the hybrid cards are much better. Um, let's start with Bullseye. I just, I'm just disappointed. Another 3 mana sack outlet. It is at least instant speed, but it's not repeatable. You need to tap. 2 damage to any target, I think, is reasonable, but there was a similar stat line in the original Eldraine. It was the Headhunter, the Rakdos hybrid card. It was not good. It was not good, and it had a very, very similar text box to this. But the first one being free is kind of sick. At best, it's going to be fine. I would be happy. I would be thrilled to be proven wrong about this, but it just takes so much work. So much work for a shock, bro. God damn you, Wizards of the Coast. Ghost, Spectral Saboteur, Flash, can't be blocked. 3 mana 2/2. Into the bin. What? What is this? Who is this for? Why is this here? What is this haunting figment? You're supposed to put counters on this? Obviously, the hybrid cards are great, right? So this can go in a red-white deck. This can go in a black-green deck. Wow, it's crazy. What wants this? Is this supposed to be black-green, blue-green? I mean, literally everything but white-green, red-green, and white-red? Everything else could, in theory, use this? No, they can't. This thing sucks. It's tiny. Get it out of here. Speedball, here it is. The card I've been talking about for the past... I mean, it's been 3 days for me. It's been like probably fucking 2 hours for you. My God, don't you have anything better to do? This is... so let's read this. Whenever a player casts a spell that targets Speedball, he gets +2/+2 until end of turn. You may choose new targets for that spell. He is hexproof. He is hexproof. You must internalize this. Do not fuck up and target it with anything. If you see this across the board, do not last gasp it. You will get blown out and you will cry if they redirect that to your creature. This, I keep alluding to it. This is like the place to put the counters. This is a place to enchant. You put your aura onto this guy. You put your +1/+0 first strike trick onto this guy, and then he gets the +2/+2 and it's double prowess, and it's very... I am thinking about him a lot, despite having no idea who the fuck this guy even is. And I think the colors are very good. I think it's good in this Jeskai space. This red-white, blue-white, or red-blue combinations are the perfect spot for it. Specifically red-white. I want to try him for sure. I am willing to be impressed by this guy. I am willing to be impressed. I can't in good conscience put him at every time. He is untested. He's unproven. I would not be surprised if he turns out to be quite good and quite annoying. Spider-Man to the rescue. Easy every time. Woohoo! 3 mana, 3/2 Flash Vigilance Reach is like a great kind of body already. And not great, but it's good. And then ETB, and then you can just flash him in as a tapped creature. And then another non-attacking creature you control gains indestructible end of turn. Great, right? Great. Just save a guy. Save a guy for 3 mana. Yeah, absolutely. Sucks that it specifically says non-attacking. They're a bitch for that one, so you can't be aggressive and save him. And I guess that's the flavor. But even on defense, very nice. And worst case, just flash him out, and you have a 3/2 Vigilance Reach. That's the hero template. You have your 2 mana 2/1 Menace and your 3 mana 3/2 Vig. Titania, Rugged Rumbler. They're never gonna have this be a problem later, but the fact that there is already a Titania in Magic the Gathering. A Lovestruck Beast, 3 mana 5/5, but you must discard a card or pay 2, and as ward discard a card or pay 2. Fine at best. Sorry, folks. 5 mana 5/5, ward 2. Could be worse, but I mean, how often are you playing this on 3 and discarding a card? I think very, very seldom. Very seldom. Only if you have literally nothing else to do and a land you don't mind getting rid of. Although I think that you will kind of want lands in this format with the power-ups and the continuous ways to churn. You know, it's nice in your, if anything, in red-black, right? Where you can discard your Sanitarium Skeleton shitters and be happy with it. You can activate your Madame Hero for Hire, Misty or whatever her name is, that draws you cards for the number of cards you discarded. But yeah, she's big, but she doesn't impress me. She doesn't impress me. Not ass, at least. War Machine, very good. I quite like this guy. 3 mana, 1/3 flyer that buffs something else. Just slowly trickles a little buff, but wears the suit very well. We say the line. Wears the suit. Just turning this into a +2/+0 on combat is nice. Again, he comes down, he does the thing right away, so he makes a slightly better attack, and if you can equip him with anything, very, very, very nice. Holds counters very well as well. Is itself, a bit of a threat, because assuming you're buffing this becomes a threat and then causes something else to become the threat. It can't target himself, which is annoying, but yeah. I'm a War Machine enjoyer in red-white specifically, I think, but in many flavors. Artifact creature as well for the red-blue stuff. Solid. Abomination, Terrifying Titan, 4 mana, 4/4 trample, power up for 7, counter, and fight. And define, right? Right? Like, this is worse than She-Hulk, I think. Worse than Pet Avengers, sadly. Just a guy. I don't know, the mana cost maybe means he's in every time. Are you ever cutting this guy from your deck that has red or green cards in it? Probably not. Fine. He makes it in every time, but he's just so boring. Doesn't do anything. I mean, he literally does something. He comes in and fights something, but that flavor text sucks ass. 7 mana 5/5 fight a thing? Is this what we've come to? Affectionate Indrik, but for 1 more mana? God. Beast, Erudite, Aerialist. As long as you put a counter on him, he is flying, and when he deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. That is tough. I like that he enables himself, but I still think it is hard to put counters on things. We've seen a lot of stuff, specifically in green, that does put counters on stuff, but I think it's not easy, and it's annoying because if you put the counters on him because he wants the counter so that he can fly in and draw a card, you're wasting them as soon as your opponent finds removal because they're always going to remove Beast anyway. Is it possible to just like curve out with Beast and then remove all of your opponent's creatures? Yes. The main problem is I don't think the green or the blue decks really want this. And it's got to be in a green or a blue deck. But maybe the green decks specifically, but I don't think blue is particularly interested in this almost at all. So I'll put you in fine, buddy, but you're not on thin ice, but I would move to a different patch of ice if I were Beast, Erudite, Aerialist. Spider-Woman, Secret Agent, 4 mana 1/4, Flash, ETB, tap something you won't untap as long as you have this every time. This seems like it's really good. Just a whatever it is, Banisher, Priests, etc. variant. 4 mana is a bit tough, but we saw it in EOE, right? There was another 1/4, like a 1/4 Exile something. Maybe not in EOE. Maybe it was in something else. Maybe it was in... Was it in 1? That there was like a 1/4 with Toxic that imprisoned something? I think that was maybe 3 mana, but I would pay an extra mana to give it Flash. I would... I would pay it and still do it. I think I prefer the 3 mana version, but yeah. Yeah, I like this. Obviously, the tap-untap clause is a little worse than exiling because they can still sack it, they can still activate its abilities or whatever, but yeah, if they're forced to use removal on Spider-Woman, great. I'm happy with that, and she blocks very well. She doesn't really attack very well, but we'll take it. And then U.S. Agent John Walker. This is my sleeper pick. I think this card is really good. Is it? I think it is like Captain America / Black Panther / Kang level. 4 mana 4/4. Attach it to U.S. Agent, by the way. Did not even attach it to John Walker. They fucked up with these naming schemes, man. This is great. This is great. Like 4 mana 4/4 leaves behind the shield that you can just like shuffle around. It's perfect in the white black deck specifically, but it's great in all of the white stuff. It's pretty good in all of the black stuff. You can sack the shield if you need to, but yeah, I think this card is really really good. It's going to be really annoying. It's going to very visibly affect game states when it comes down. You're like, oh shit, now all of their creatures are like really tough to get into combat with, and this guy is just like big as well. Like it makes trading so nice, so favorable for you. You can really set up your engines, or you can just go all out with them. I quite like it. So on the whole, some very strong multicolor cards here, I think, and then some reasonable shitters in the side. I think Speedball, Bullseye, and maybe Iron Man have the potential to be in every time, and then this thing is just failure as always. Why can they never get blue-black, huh? Blue-black is always like either insanely strong or complete garbage. Alright, rare time. It's fun time, baby. Fun. Rares? I love rares. Fun! Alrighty, home stretch here, boys. We already talked about the transforming flip cards. Jennifer Walters, Monica Rambeau, Bruce Banner, Tony Stark. Go back to the white and blue sections for those guys. Some weird ones here, but that's to be expected with rares. Let's get into it. Scientist Supreme of Aim. 2 mana 2/2 copies a triggered or activated ability from an artifact source for 2 life. Activate only during your turn, only once each turn. Not as a sorcery, obviously, because that wouldn't work. We're gonna put this in S. I like it. But I don't think it's fine because it's too hard to cast on 2 as a 2-drop, so it fails as a 2-drop, and then this thing just like doesn't do anything until late game. I think you could do some very fun and interesting and cool things with this. You copy your other artifact rares, right? Your Tesseract thing, your Cuboid or whatever, or your a power up of an Ultron or something. But and it's free. It's 0 mana. Your Herbie Guide Bot, right? Curve this into a Scout Bot, draw 2 cards, put 2 lands into play. That's reasonably powerful. I pay 2 life for that, but I'm not looking to like draft this or build around this particularly. I don't think it's only as good as the rest of your deck. So why bother? Make the rest of your deck good, and then you don't need this. The Astonishing Ant-Man. Oh, whenever you draw a card, put a counter on him, including your natural draw step. That's very fun. And then 3 mana, remove any number of counters, create that many insects, all at instant speed. Yeah, I like it. We're gonna go fine because he untaps as a 2/2 because you drew a card. 3 mana, make a 1/1 basically. I mean, you can do any number, but do you want to be removing counters from this? I don't know. I feel like you don't. I feel like it's nice to have a 2-drop that grows, but I don't know. This is worse than Cuboid Colony from SOS. Maybe this does suck. But 1/1 green insect creature tokens are nice, I think. They attack, they block. It's a very it lets you go tall and wide at the same time. It's very flexible. Puts counters on your things for the counter synergies. I like him enough. We'll keep him in fine. The Ruinous Wrecking Crew. I think this is an every timer. I think I really like this guy, despite not liking red black. Just the perfect flexibility, pick up the curve. Yes, you can play him as a 2/2, but obviously you want to play him as like a 3/3. Choose one of these. 4/4. Choose 2 of these, etc., etc., etc. Discard a card, then draw a card is great if you're empty-handed, of course. Just pings them for 2 is fine. Destroying a token, I think, is going to be very relevant. You can get rid of the villains, and then each player sacrificing a creature. A little bit niche maybe, but if you can run that useless sack fodder and curve this into it and get rid of an actual creature, sure, why not? Yeah, I like it. Worst case, he's a 3 mana 3/3. Each player sacks a creature, which can act as like pseudo removal if you absolutely need him to. That's like the barest minimum. Yeah, I like it. I think it's an every timer. I think it is a reason to look to be red-black. I don't think it's like insanely broken, but I think this is something you're happy to see, to first pick, etc. Winter Soldier, the icy assassin. He is very icy, isn't he? A little gargoyle on his little stoop. 2/2 Vigilance Menace, sure. +2/+0 for each equipment attached to him. Here we go again with this equipment theme. 5 mana, reanimate him and attach an equipment with a finality counter. The fuck is he so small, bro? He doesn't even like grow when he reanimates himself? I don't know. He gets fine because he's a 2-drop that comes back. But again, this equipment stuff is not happening, bro. The only equipment I want to be attaching is John Walker's Sturdy Shield to this guy. In which case, he'd actually be a fucking house. He'd be a 5/4 Vigilance Menace that comes back and then attaches it again for free. That's kind of sick. But you expect me to cast this on turn 2 and then not immediately trade it off because it's so fucking small? Whatever. This could be an uncommon, but whatever. Absorbing Man. Where are they coming up? What corner of the internet are they pulling these fucking villains from? 3 mana 4/4 Vigilance at the beginning of your next your first main phase, so you can't do it the turn you cast him, but next turn, copy anything on the board, except he's a 4/4 with Vigilance. Contextual, I think it's fine at best just because of the sizing. 3 mana 4/4 can get the job done. 3 mana 4/4 Vig is very nice. It's very nice stat line. We had, wasn't Gem Razor, but there was a similar Gem Razor that like gift to disenchant the raccoon from Bloomborough. It's reasonable, and then sometimes you get some weird upside of like, when this attacks alone, it becomes a Black Widow or something. I don't know. Sure. And then his name being Absorbing Man means that he can copy. You could copy the Astonishing Ant-Man if you wanted, but he probably won't have any counters. So fun enough. Just okay. I'm not gonna lose sleep over him, but nice. Ares, God of War. 3 mana, 4/3, attacks each combat of Fable, and then comes back to your hand when it trades or gets eaten, probably, because this thing is so tiny and doesn't work with the villain tokens. We're putting it in fine because it is like reasonably statted. He's a big guy. No, he's not. He's smaller than Absorbing Man, bro. Is he ass? This line of text is good, but gotta recast him. He might be ass. I'm gonna put him in fine because I am a sucker for red-black, but it's very possible that this card just fucking sucks. You have to put him in ass, bro. You have to put him in ass and hope that he's fine, not the other way around. Cloak and Dagger Entwined. Bro, this is just the fucking the Silver Guardian or whatever that we saw in white. This is the same thing. White hero and black villain. This says a lot about our fucked up society. 3 mana 2/2 Deathless Lifelink. This is the Skyclave Apparition, the Fiend Hunter, but with a twist. You also see their hand, which is in and of itself pretty great. And then instead, if you want to hit something from their hand instead of on the board, you can do that instead. This is like really good. Lifelink on a white-black creature that incentivizes the Exalted Attack Every Time Alone thing. Really great. It's always trading. You can take their removal so that this never leaves the battlefield. Yeah, it's just very nice. Very nice. Very, very first pickable. Very build around it. You don't need to build around it. It's just a good card. It's going to do great work. King T'Challa and his backside, the Black Panther. Fun fact, you can cast both of these. I literally processed this as a 3 mana 3/2 that you could transform later. But no, you can just cast the backside if you need to. And then it has the Fairy Mastermind effect, the Utah. So great against the Connivers, but this card on the backside here, Flash Double Strike, does not take damage ever, and then draws a card on dealing damage, and he has double strike, of course, so you'll draw 2 cards if you connect, in theory. Honestly, it's fine, bro. He's fine. He's small. He's indestructible, kind of, but like, removal exists, and you can just kill. You could just kill this. The flash is nice, and you know it is a good card, and I'll play it. But is it good as good as these? I don't think so. I don't think it's as good as these. It's not like something I'm gonna like first pick and be like, oh yes, I gotta force King T'Challa. It's just like, it's a nice card, but it's not a bomb. It's not gonna win the game. Moon Girl and Devilsaur, I think, is a bomb. 3-mana 2/2. Whenever you draw a second card each turn, 6/6 trample. Very nice. And then when an artifact you control enters, draw the card to enable it. Yeah, I mean this line of text alone is reasonably powerful, and you know being on a 3-mana 2/2 is pretty tough. But the fact that it then becomes a 6/6 immediately when you do that and the gain trample is excellent. It attacks insanely well, and you know catches you back up on this tiny little tempo that you're missing a little bit. And you can also have this tricky mode of drawing 2 on your opponent's turn and blocking with it as well, of course. Yeah, this is like a must answer, or you're gonna get clapped in more ways than one. Thanos, ass my liege. These power up 5-color cards are just not it. And even baseline, a 3-mana 4/4 Death Touch lifelink should be fine with Absorbing Man. We just saw it, but that casting cost is impossible. Even if you have the dual lands, no, doesn't work. And then to power up, for 6 mana, you also need, if he comes in immediately, you need the red, the blue, the green, the black, the blue, the green, and the colorless. And the colorless even is like a little bit tough to get with unless you find those rare lands or that stupid gemstone mine. And then the payoff isn't even good. It's like it becomes a 6/6 and then destroys every other creature with that value. Like, who cares, man? Yeah, it's a nice like little flexible wrath, but you got to play around it yourself. It's purely flavor. Get him out. The Kingpin of Crime, Frisk himself. Fisk, who cares? 3-mana 1/5. Extort is back. I actually love Extort as a mechanic. Unfortunately, I don't think white-black necessarily wants it. I think this would be great in blue-black or something similar. But 3-mana 1/5, and then when you attack, pay 2 life, and then have your guys have their damage assigned as their ass. This is a reason for this invisible woman, Sue, whatever her name is, that you can turn your walls into real guys. Are the walls defenders? I hope not. And it's only on attacks. Fine at best. It may be ass. It may be ass, my liege. I don't know how to handle Extort. We're gonna put it in ass. I think that this card might be good enough, but I don't play with Extort enough to truly understand how able we are in today's society to pay this extra mana on our spells each time. The Mighty Thor, Jane Foster, if you say so. 3-mana 3/3 flyer. When it attacks, flicker something and then return it tapped under its owner's control. And if it was an equipment, you draw a card, because you draw a card every time it was an equipment. I think this is an every timer. Obviously, you can do great stuff, artifact or creature. If it's the equipment, you draw the card as the baseline. But really, you could just like exile a creature that you've already powered up that you'd like to power up again, or something that enters and draws a card, or enters and does a thing, or whatever, right? Exile your hero in training, your 3-mana 2/2, draw a card, gain 2 life. Yeah, phenomenal. 3/3 flyer, baseline stat, already great. And then this is just nothing but upside. You can also hit opponent stuff, non-token, sadly, but if you need to reset some counters or something. And it comes back tapped as well. So again, just I think blue white seems like really strong. Blue white seems crazy if you get some of these payoff cards. Sorry, Chala. The Serpent Society. Here it is. The fucking infect thing. 3 mana, 3/4 Death Touch. You guys know I don't really care about the Golgari 3 mana, 3/4 Death Touch stat line. Ward 5 poison counters, so no ward cost. And then whenever another creature you control with Death Touch dies, they sack a creature. There's like the fucking ninja and the 1/1 that we hate. Nope, it's fine. It's the same level as these guys. It's not a bomb. It's just a guy. Just a guy. I don't care. I will. Will I first pick this? Maybe. It's a fine rare. I don't mind the color combination in theory, but who cares? Who cares? Just trades with something and dies. Fuck out of here. Alien Invasion. Bomba. Bomba, bomba, bomba. I put it in the creatures because at the beginning of combat on your turn you make a 1/1 with haste that attacks, and then you make a 2/2, and then you make a 3/3, and then you make a 4/4 or a Brass Forge style. You know, this Legionnaire Might of the Legion, whatever it's called, the Boros card. Yeah, phenomenal. I think this card will absolutely win games. You better hope you've packed some gorillas to disenchant this, because if you haven't, this thing is going to take over and just win. The creatures don't sack themselves, right? So if they if they're empty boarded, or they let the alien in or whatever, it's literally an alien token. So fucking stupid, dude. Oh, but yeah, just three turns with this, you're happy. 4 turns with this, you probably win the game. Very nice. Avengers Under Siege, one of the best cards in the set, to be sure. 2 2/1s for 4. Nice. Also in the creatures section, by the way. 2 damage to every non-villain. Crazy. And then create a treasure token, probably 2 treasures, which you can, use for mana, or you can sack them for some other value. Wow, this does everything. It makes your villains that are also fodder if you need them to be. It wipes the board for you and makes your villains guaranteed to get in if the board wasn't wiped, because they've had 2 damage marked on them, so the menace creatures will probably trade with something if they intend to block, and then the treasures are perfect for sacking or something. But yeah, crazy card. I'm thinking that this one will have a very high win rate. Daredevil, the man without fear. What is going on with his fucking head, bro? He's got the uber sense. 4 mana, 3/4 Vigilance Haste. Sure. Look at the top card of your library anytime. Okay. Whenever you attack. Period. But this thing is probably attacking because it has haste. You may exile the top card. If it's a hero, buff this, and you may play that card only this turn, though. Definitely fine. Is it a bomb? Yes. Yes, it is. This is like way better than that stupid Merfolk Lord, because it does something when it comes into play, and it lets you like plan your draw that you're getting. I'm out of frame here because I'm scratching my back. Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, I think this is, there are notes to be had on this card. It's not a no notes card, but I think it fits into what Red White wants to do, which is play dudes and kill ya. Vigilance Haste is a great keyword on a 4 mana 3/4. Would have been great on a 3 mana 3/4. It's okay on a 4 mana 3/4, but yeah. The problem is this thing is just it is too small relative to. I mean, every other 4 mana card is like a 4/4 or a 2/5 or whatever. But worst case, this guy attacks. Ideally, rather, this guy attacks as a 5/4, and then you can play it. So if this guy gets more than one attack off, you're probably pretty happy. Storm Windrider, another tricky card every time. 4 mana 4/4 flyer. Yes. Creatures with flying can attack you. Nice. Can't block your creatures. Nice. Whenever you cast a spell that targets anything, that creature that you targeted gains flying. Very tricky. You can jump your entire board. You can blank your opponent's creature by giving it flying and saying you can't block. Yeah, very very annoying. Very powerful card. I think it's good. all of these cards I think are first pickable, and bombs that if are not answered, your opponent will be under serious threat. I think Daredevil might be the weakest one of this. Maybe the Moon Girl and Devil Soar a little bit below, but all of these are quite good. Taskmaster, Mercenary Mimic. 4 mana, 3/5, copy of a target creature on the battlefield or in a graveyard, except it's a Taskmaster, and it's a legendary villain. This doesn't do anything else, huh? At the beginning of your first main phase, next turn, copy, creature, Taskmaster. Okay, it's ass. What are we doing here? 4 mana, 3/5, do nothing? Again, first main phase, so it doesn't even do anything when it comes in. Who cares? Who cares? Does nothing. Whatever. Fucking flavor win. Wolverine, Fierce Fighter. This guy does have haste, by the way. 4 mana, 3/5 haste. ETB fight, and then you can attack with him, and then he'll shed the damage, and you know how fun, the regenerate mechanic. Bub. That's one too many syllables there, bub. I don't know. I don't really understand this last line of text. It's very annoying to like block and deal damage, I guess, or block and shrink, but you can still double block him fine. He'll still die. It doesn't matter. Yeah, just 4 mana, 3/5 ETB, fight something. What did I give Electra? I probably put her in every time, huh? Okay, fine. 4 mana, 3/5 haste, ETB fight something. That's got to be good enough. It's probably going to kill something. You're playing this on 4. Kill a 2-drop. Be happy. Let's do these misc pieces of garbage here. Blue Red X coming out of SOS. This better be good. Search your library and/or graveyard for an artifact with mana value X or less and put it on the battlefield with X additional counters on it. If X is 4 or greater, gains haste. Search your library this way. Shuffle. Yes. This is way too much mana. Obviously, this is 6 mana for a 4/4. For a 4 mana artifact creature with 4 additional counters. Whatever. What are you gonna do? 2 mana for a a 1/3 that turns into a 3/5 Surveil 2? I don't think so. I'm not looking to play this card, even if I have Captain America's shield or something, and just doesn't do anything. It needs to be a creature. If it's not a creature, then you don't get the counters. Against haste is fun, but no, bad. Armor Wars, holy shit, maybe worst card in the set. Draw a card for each artifact you control. If you do, each opponent draws a card. Why are we giving our opponent's card advantage? You expect me to believe we have 2 artifacts in play on turn 4 to make this card positive? No, we don't. And even if we did and they killed one in response, then we'd be incredibly annoyed. And even if you have like 4 artifacts later in the game, whatever, bro. Chapter 2 are your artifact spells this turn cost 1 less to cast. We just talked about this. You're playing this later in the game. You don't need discounts. You have insane amounts of mana, even though you did draw a shitload of cards, to be fair. But and then X damages your opponent, which is the greatest mana value of artifacts you control. No, bro. You want tokens. You want a shitload of treasures or food or clues so that you can draw a bunch of cards off the Armor Wars. Then you have to play this expensive artifact at this exact one turn? No, you want to spit out all of your artifacts. You want to draw a shitload of cards and then play a ton of cheap artifacts, all discounted by 1 to maximize this effect here. It doesn't work with itself at all. It doesn't even make an artifact. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't affect the board. Obviously bad. Get out of here. Worlds within worlds. I have no idea how to really evaluate this one. It's Living End, but for hand, and it's in Simic, and it's 7 mana. Just cast the thing you want to play from your hand, bro. Exile all creatures is a crazy ability, and of course kills tokens, but I don't know. I think this is ass. 7 mana is just too much to even think about. Because you'll also be empty-handed when you're at 7 mana. So why are we doing this weird tango of like wiping the board and making us all recast? But then they get to untap and cast all their stuff, and then you have to cast all your stuff. And if you have big stuff, you probably can't cast more than one of it, so you have to keep the big stuff in your hand to get it off the War of the Worlds. No, it doesn't. Again, it's just another card that doesn't work with itself for no reason. So get out of here. Here we go. Some great cards. Coming Galactus, Mythic, S tier. Kill anything for 5. Okay, we've had the whatever it is, the green black Kaldheim saga that was functionally this. Then deal you 4 over the course of the next 2 turns, and then create a 16/16. Yeah, this is gonna be very scary. Not indestructible or anything, by the way, but flying, trample, and stone rains on attack. I mean, yeah, if they don't answer it, who cares about the stone rain? They're just gonna lose. Ironically, though, I think the Superhero Civil War is maybe better than the Coming of Galactus that, enters, kills one thing, and then fucks off for a couple of turns, because a Crone War was a good card, and this is a Crone War for maybe 2 creatures, 6 or less, or 1 creature, 6 or less if you need to. And then after you take their guys, you buff your team, and they gain Vigilance, and then on Chapter 3, you can have the creature. You'll still control the creature, I believe. No, you won't, right? Because if we imagine it as a stack, and this ability is on the stack, the trigger's resolved, it's sacked itself. So you have to choose a creature you actually control to fight back. But obviously, if you can sack or get rid of the creatures you gain control of, you probably can't because you're doing this whole Anthem swing out thing. But this can absolutely end games. I would say it's a contender for best rare after Avengers Under Siege and Alien Invasion, maybe. Think these 3. Coming of Galactus is definitely in the top 5 as well. And then Cloak and Dagger is just kind of generically good. It might be Thor, just because blue-white is so solid. Okay, I think that's everything. Let me double check Scryfall here. Again, we talked about all of these Funko Pops here. Set MSH. I guess I could talk about the bonus sheet. Do I care about the bonus sheet? Not really. They're so unimportant, right? What is this? This is Avengers Assemble, Arc Reactor, Captain America Shield, Borderless, blah 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 blah. Borderless logo cards. File. Yeah, I guess these wouldn't be in the set MSH, so. Okay, sure. I can't say I'm excited to play some Marvel, but it'll be fun. It'll be fun. We'll go to Vegas. We'll kill some people. Can't complain too much. This segment's been 30 minutes, huh? All right. Well, I'll do some basic editing, chop these all up, and get these into a video with a funny little meme intro, and we'll be good to go. I'll upload this private to YouTube, and then during the day of, the unwashed masses get a chance to take a look at Sam's inner monologue for 3.5 hours as he goes through every fucking card in Marvel and wants to die. Okay, hope you had fun. Hey, you better have been watching this on 2x speed. My God. And if you're a woman and you made it this far, there is no hope for you as well. You cannot be indulging your husband in this. I didn't make any jokes, bro. You can't be watching this. Go actually have fun. All right, well, see you in the finals.